Good morning, everybody, and welcome to New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Lightning Circuit for the May Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati for day number 2 of action here from the race course. And once again, Brian, not quite the cloudless day that we saw almost all day yesterday here. A little slightly overcast, as I think our viewers can probably see here on the 4 cameras that we've got set up around this beautiful 2-mile 10-turn race course. But look, it's rather cool, about 60 degrees, maybe a little humid as you would expect as we're on the Jersey Shore. But looks like another beautiful day of racing here in New Jersey.
I'll tell you what, Greg, I am very excited about getting this day 2. We're going longer races. We saw some really good races yesterday in those 15-lap sprint races. I can only imagine what we're going to see here as our first group, which is our brackets drivers are out. They're going to go 11 laps this morning, and then they're going to come back this afternoon and do another 11 laps.
Yeah, matter of fact, let me throw up the schedule here real quick and let you see what's coming up as our bracket racers are on their pace lap right now. For the majority of our groups today, for our Mars racers, they are going to have feature races that are 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever come first. But the bracket racers, they're actually going to have 2 shorter races today, 11 laps or 20 minutes. We're going to see them obviously right now. We're going to see them after lunch as well a little bit later today. So let's take a look, Brian. Right now we have 6 racers that went out on track for this first bracket race, and we're going to have a lot of time over the 20 minutes to talk about what bracket racing is. But starting 6th today, driving the number 186 Scion FRS from Fredericksburg, Virginia, Jennifer Romes. Starting 5th in the number 74 Ford Focus from Silver Spring, Maryland, Steve Martin. And then we've got 4 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 machines. We've got Kevin Silbert starting 4th in the 14 machine out of Columbia, Maryland. Eric Prepsius, he's driving the number 51. He's out of Frederick, Maryland, as you can hear our racers taking the green flag. Kyle Robertson will start 2nd in the number 25 machine. He's out of Woolwich, New Jersey. And then Mac Harrison driving the number 30 machine. He won the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 sprint race yesterday, correct, Brian?
He did.
He did. He is your pole sitter for today's race.
Actually, Sam Schechter won yesterday, not Mac Harrison.
Not Mac Harrison,
Mac
that's right.
was in the lead there for a while, battling it out with Sam and Jisoo Kim. But, yeah, so, we talked about this yesterday. If you weren't with us yesterday, let's do a little recap of really what bracket is. So bracket is almost like the drag racing side of it, right? You're put into a time bracket as your laps continue to go on. It's about being consistent. Not only are you racing the individuals in the other cars out on the racetrack, but you are racing against time, and you can, as you do in the drag racing side of it, you can run out of that time. You run a faster time, you drop to a lower bracket. When you drop to a lower bracket, it could either A, put you in by yourself, or B, you could be racing against somebody else within that bracket that may be 15 seconds ahead of you. As here comes our overall leaders now right after the first lap, and it's Mac Harrison, then Kyle Robertson, then throw Kevin Silbert in there. That's your top 3 as they complete lap 1 here of 11 that we're going to go this morning. So again, not only are you racing the individuals, you're also racing the clock here. And it's, as I said earlier, it's about being consistent, right? It's about making sure your lap times. Some of these Spec Racer Fords that are out here right now, Greg, they're using this as a test session. They're going to come back for their Group 3. They may try something. We saw it yesterday afternoon when when this group came out. SRFs are in Group 3. Group 6 is the bracket, so they were able to come out later this afternoon and test, and so kind of use it as a double dip and get more track time for the event for the weekend and try some stuff. We are coming back here in October.
Right. So,
again, weather conditions, they may be close to the same what we have here sometimes, but as we all know in October in New Jersey, it could be 3.5 4 inches of snow on the ground right now.
We may be sitting
82 degrees.
We may be sitting trackside in parkas. Exactly.
Yeah, right.
All right. So we do know and we do understand that the live timing is not up and running yet. We're working with our with our timing and scoring team, which is in the building directly behind us, to see if we can get that resolved. But real quick, want to thank everybody for joining us. Davey Ahern in the chat is asking when SSM is going to be racing. They are going to be our next race group, and they should be out. We're expecting about a 9:30 a.m. start time, so just a little bit more than 20 minutes. And now I believe we've got our live timing up and running, at least on our on the Race Hero system, and that's what you'll see on the side of our screen right now. So they are all ready and rocking and ready to go there. And so let's take a look. As Jennifer Romes was the fastest driver out on the first lap there, the first flying lap. She turned a 1:23 flat. And actually, I don't think that's correct. We'll start picking up times here in a second.
Yeah, I'm looking at the first lap there. I think we've completed 2. You got Mac Harrison, Kyle Robertson. They're in that A4 bracket. Then you got Kevin Silbert and Eric Prepsius. God, I'm going to get that right. At some point between 2023, I'm getting his last name right. I even studied it yesterday too. Right. They're in the A5 bracket. And then you got Jennifer Romes in the B3, and then Steve Martin in the B4 bracket. So those will update it. If you want to find out which bracket they're in, you can go to marspoints.com. At the top, there is a link there for bracket. You can click on that. When that opens up, there's a live button off to the right of the top of the header. You can click on that, and that'll show you as they complete the laps and which bracket they are in. That updates every 15 seconds, so there's no need to refresh your browser.
That's right. And so we have the brackets. We actually have 10 different brackets here at the Lightning Circuit. They are in 2 minute. Not 2 minute, 2 second intervals. Bracket A1 is for drivers that run faster over this 10-turn, 2-mile course, faster than a 109.999. Bracket A2, 110 to 111.999. A3, 112 to 113.999, on and on and on and on until we get through 10 of them. And so at the moment, Mac Harrison is in our A3 bracket. For drivers who have set times between 112 flat and 113.999. He's the only one in there at the moment. Kyle Robertson in the bracket just above for drivers that are 114 to 115.999. We've got both Kevin Silbert and Eric Prepsius in bracket A5, which is for those running 116s to 117.999. And then finally, both Jennifer Romes and Steve Martin, our 2 tin tops, the Scion FRS and the Ford Focus. They are in the 122 to 123.999 range. That's bracket B3. And as Brian said, the important thing is you want to try and stay consistent. You want to try and stay close to your competitors and stay in the bracket that you are in. Here we saw yesterday for a good portion of the bracket race where Kyle Robertson had held fairly close to the next driver, Mac Harrison, and then had been in the same bracket, and then basically, he had been in the next lower bracket, and then found himself in the same bracket as Mac Harrison, but about 30 car lengths back.
And he just did it again.
Yeah.
So we're kind of seeing a repeat of yesterday again. And both of these drivers yesterday ran pretty well in their race group, race group 3, and we're kind of nose to tail pretty much the entire race there as well. But Kyle Robertson just now moved back up into that A3 bracket with Mac Harrison. So again, not only racing him on the track for the overall, but now you're racing him in that bracket. So when we take a look back, last lap by, you talked about Jennifer Romes and Steve Martin were in that same bracket. Now Jennifer Romes has moved into the B3 bracket as opposed to the B2. Well, now, Steve Martin has now moved into the B2 bracket as opposed to the B3 that he was in before, which means that Steve Martin has gone faster, right?
Right.
And ended up in his own bracket and is starting to take that deficit between him and Jennifer Romes in that 186 Toyota, is closing that down. So, that could be as if he goes faster, he's going to catch her, obviously pass her. She'll still win her bracket, but I think at this point, it becomes a battle on the racetrack, and that's what gets these drivers going, especially for this bracket.
All right, Brian, real quick, because this is a shorter race, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1. That is SSM. SSM drivers, if you could please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. SSM drivers, race group number 1, to the grid, please. All right, so we are now, Brian, let's see here how many minutes we are in to this race. Currently, we're just about 8 minutes, a little bit more than 8 minutes through this 20-minute race, and it is listed as 11 laps or 20 minutes, whichever comes first, and our racers are currently working lap number 6, so we're just right at about the halfway mark.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get it in on laps. I don't think there's going to be an issue there, but let's take a step back here and let's recap this Jennifer Romes and this Steve Martin thing, is because all of a sudden now Steve Martin is really right on the back bumper of Jennifer Romes coming up into turn 1 last time by, so he's starting to catch her, and again, he's in that B2 bracket, which is a little bit faster time and a little bit faster time set.
All right, and I want to apologize here real quick. I think you can probably see on our stream some of the cameras jumping in and out. Here at the Lightning Circuit, we are a bit, to give you a look behind the curtain and the scenes, all of our cameras are actually using cell service here. And this track, much different as far as connectivity goes than the Thunderbolt circuit. And it appears that having some cloud cover kind of freaks out some of our cameras. So we know that
it's back up running now. So again, you can walk three inches and your cell service will go down to nothing, and then all of a sudden be right back.
And then it's back.
So the cloud cover does make a difference today. But I'm going to take a drop back here and pick up this Jennifer Romes. And again, I know it's not a battle in bracket right now, but it is the best battle on the racetrack right now. Steve Martin trying to catch Jennifer Romes there. That's for 5th and 6th overall within this. Last time by, Jennifer Romes ran her fastest lap at a 1:22.457. So gained another, let's see, maybe half a second on Steve Martin there. So starting to reel him in a little bit, or starting to pull away from him, not reel him in. He was reeling her in there.
Yeah.
A lap and a half before that, but now it not there. So, and I'm not sure what has happened with Steve Martin's transponder, but it's saying he is a complete lap down. I don't think they've been passed by anybody.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case at this point, but we'll see. And it may be showing that because, we'll check if he is coming.
Well, they have not been lapped yet, so I'm not sure.
Well, we'll try and get that squared away. We know we had some drivers that had some transponder issues yesterday. There they are right now, coming through the light bulb. They're very close to getting lapped, mind you.
Yeah, they may in the next lap or two, but again, before the end of this race. But as our leaders are going to come up, they're going to have 2 to go here. But Steve Martin kind of rolling him in. And Jennifer Romes runs her fastest lap, even that lap too. So again, as she's starting to pull away from Steve Martin, and there it is. It gets caught up. So they're presently in the course of being lapped, unfortunately. But again, that's still a good battle here. So we'll have to see how Mac Harrison and Kyle Robertson, how they get by that.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 1, SSM. Please come to the grid. SSM drivers, please come to the grid. You're scheduled to be on track in probably just about 10 minutes. Race group 1 to the grid, please.
Greg, as we talk about here on the PA that's behind us, if you can't hear the PA, it's okay. We have an FM channel 104.7 here at the racetrack on the Lightning course. So if you are here and you are all the way in the back up near the karting, and you happen to be walking around and you're having trouble hearing it, you can turn your FM dial, whether you have it in your trailer, your car, your motorhome, your camper, whatever it is you have, 104.7, you'll be able to catch all the action right here, and you'll be able to hear the announcement when we call for drivers to come to the grid.
All right, and it looks like both now Jennifer Romes and Steve Martin have been put down a lap by Mac Harrison, who's our overall leader. Let's take a look at those brackets currently as they stand. And both Mac Harrison and Kyle Robertson, although they are about 2.3 seconds apart on the racetrack, they both find themselves in bracket A3 for the drivers that are running a 112 flat through a 113.999. And at the moment, Mac Harrison leading that bracket out on track. Kevin Silbert, our sole driver, currently in bracket A4 with a best time for him of 115.592, and he's right now kind of at the top end of that A4 bracket. He's got a lot of time to give before he finds himself into that same A3 bracket as Harrison and Robertson. Eric Prepsius right now, our sole driver in the A5 bracket for our drivers that are running 116s through a 117.999. And he's got about a half a second before he drops into the next bridge. As the checkered flag, Brian, is now out on the session. And it looks like Harrison and Robertson have taken the checker, as now have Jennifer Romes and Steve Martin. And that leaves Kevin Silbert and Eric Prepsius to come around. And when they do, they will take the checkered flag as well. And so, we'll see here if things change. There's Kevin Silbert in the 14 machine. And Silbert, as he crosses the stripe, he turns in a 116.711. So he's going to stand put he's going to stand put in bracket A4. Eric Prepsius turns in a 117.2 on his last lap. He's going to stay in bracket A5. And so in bracket B2, which is where both Jennifer Romes and also Steve Martin were for, and those are for our drivers that are running between a 120 flat and a 121.999. Both of those both Romes and Martin were towards the high side of that bracket, but Jennifer Romes taking the win on track in her number 186 T4 Scion FRS. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our bracket racing. Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next group, our very first Mars Sprint race of the the morning. I was a little thrown off by the woolly bear that just came up to see us here in the announce booth. Attention in the paddock! Attention in the paddock! Final call to the grid for race group number 1. That is SSM. SSM drivers, please come to the grid. Your race is next. And we've just been given word, Brian, that the 5-minute warning has already been given on the grid. So SSM drivers, if you have not come to the grid already, you need to do so. Your race is next. And so what we're going to do, Brian and I, we're going to take a very quick little break, apparently less than 5 minutes, and we are going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that bring you the action here from the Lightning Circuit this weekend, including our title sponsor, Ciocca Corvette.
It take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
And welcome back to the Lightning Circuit here at New Jersey Motorsports Park for the 2023 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, it is time for our first Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series race of the day. The feature race going to be 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. As well, we'll have to find out why we got a whole bunch of American sedans rolling onto the pit lane right now.
Well, I think they're going to go a test lap here. I think they're allowing them to come out and do some test laps.
Well, they're not going to do it during the pace lap, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. But, Brian, let's run down the starting order for SSM.
All right, starting 13th in the number 6 from Mountjoy, Pennsylvania, James Roberts. Starting in 12th from Sykesville, Maryland, the 04 of Adam Viatel. Starting in 11th from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, the 113 of John Moyer. Starting in 10th from Dayton, Maryland, the 65 of Russell Maloney. Starting in 9th from Millersville, Maryland, the 199 of Ben Sarley. Starting in 8th position, the 08 from New York, New York, David Feuerstein. Starting in the 7th position from Oaksville, Virginia, the number 88 of Jay Bindrum. Starting in the 6th position from Herndon, Virginia, the 123 of Kalen Crocker. Starting in 5th position from Weehawken, New Jersey, the number 46 of Isaac Jordan. Starting in 4th position from Sparks, Glecko, Maryland, the number 63 of John Hotz. Starting in 3rd position from Washington, D.C., the 121 of Frank Taberzi. And starting on the front row in the 2nd position, the number 32 from Baltimore, Maryland, Scott O'Rourke. And on the pole, and your winner yesterday, the number 15 from Dayton, Maryland, Ryan Maloney.
All right, Brian, so we've got the Ciocca Corvette pace car coming down the front straight right now, and now pulling into the pit lane, turning the field over to Ryan Maloney, who, having learned some things yesterday, he's going to start off from the outside lane from driver's left, and he jumps out to an early start. It looks like O'Rourke maybe misses a shift, and he drops back almost immediately as John Hotz, who started 4th, second row, gets around him on turn 1 with both O'Rourke and also Taberzi slotting back and falling back in the field.
Yeah, O'Rourke didn't get a really good start. John Hotz thought about going 3 wide, but then tucked back in under Scott O'Rourke. But you know what? You talked about this yesterday. Ryan Maloney ran away with this sprint race yesterday,
yes.
15 laps. But we did see a great race with Scott O'Rourke and Frank Taberzi all the way to the last lap, last few corners where Frank Taberzi goes off in turn 7, trying to make that late entry pass, not able able to get that stick with a lap car there.
Right, and that was for the battle for the last step on the podium, the battle for third. John Hotz was kind of right in the middle.
Yeah.
He was all by himself for a good portion of the race as well. But Maloney really put on a spanking on the rest of the field yesterday. I think he had, the advantage yesterday was somewhere around 15 seconds between he and John Hotz. It was really quite amazing to see. Kalen Crocker didn't have the strongest race yesterday, Brian, but he worked his way back up to fifth after having a couple offs during the race.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Dropped all the way back to 8th place, was running really well. Here comes our leaders now. John Hotz now and Frank DeBerzy. They're going to work together, it looks like, here at the beginning and try to catch back up to the O'Rourke. And the O'Rourke looks like he's going to go sideways up through turn one. Let's see whether or not he catches it. He does not, and he's able to do a 360 spin a la Indianapolis. Rick Mears' Indianapolis 500. I guess he wants to be able to see that. But as our camera started to go out there a little bit, you were able to capture this Scott O'Rourke doing that 360 and able to continue. We'll see how far he's going to drop back. As here comes Ryan Maloney out of turn 5. And now, Greg, it's a huge gap back to Frank DeBerzy and John Hotz early on. I can tell you right now, Scott O'Rourke, he's going to drop back probably to the 9th, 10th position right now in this field. So he's going to have a long way to go, and it's just going to depend on whether or not did he flat spot those tires
right.
And how much of a vibration he's going to have.
Yeah, and this is interesting, Brian, because I was thinking about yesterday's race, and we're seeing something very similar to yesterday. Ryan Maloney started off in the lead with O'Rourke running in second, and we saw O'Rourke had a great recovery after that botched start here in this race, but Maloney started to open things up as O'Rourke fell into the clutches of both John Hotz and DeBerzy. John Hotz yesterday had been sitting back in 4th position, and he had to work his way around both O'Rourke and also DeBerzy as John Hotz now drafts past the 121 machine of DeBerzy, so move the number 63 machine up into 3rd place now. And we are going to see here as our timing and scoring goes and resets, actually move John Hotz into 2nd with O'Rourke having now dropped back through the field here. And O'Rourke now finding himself all the way back in 9th place. But once again, we're going to find, Frank DeBerzy sitting in 3rd position, much like he did yesterday, is O'Rourke had to, again yesterday, work his way up through the field.
Yeah, he's going to have a tough battle to get back up through there. Again, he's dropped all the way back into the 10th position, or actually showing 9th right now, but he's going to have a battle with Russell Maloney on his hands because Russell was getting a really good run, was 4 seconds faster, obviously, due to the spin with Scott O'Rourke. It's going to take another lap and a half to O'Rourke to get his car back up underneath him. And again, whether or not he flat spotted the tire, he may have a really bad vibration. As here come our leaders now, Ryan Maloney out of the light bulb, headed down the front stretch. John Hotz, Frank DeBerzy not going away from Hotz. They're going to have to work together if they want to catch Ryan Maloney because it is a really big lead right now between those two.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday that as the race wore on, Hotz started to reel Maloney in. The problem was at the time he was almost 5 seconds back from Maloney, and he just did not have the time in a 35-minute or so race, a 15-lap race versus the 22-lap race that we're running today, to make up that ground. And already we find both Hotz and DeBerzy now almost a little bit more than 4.5 seconds back from Maloney.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's going to be a tough battle along. Like I said, I think Ryan obviously is the class of the field here this weekend in this SSM. Again, this is a regional class, right, through the D.C. region. Travels up here as part of the Mars event here in New Jersey. Got 13 cars out here. Right now, I do believe that Ryan is going to be the class of the field. He's going to be really tough to beat, but I think that if Frank and John can work together and not pull out in certain situations and just kind of sit there nose to tail as they come out of. But now John Hott's starting to pull away from Frank DeBerzy, and Frank's actually going to fall into the clutches here of Kalen Crocker, who, again, ran really, really well yesterday getting up through there, Greg.
All right, Brian, just got word from Race Control. They are going to be showing the 08 machine. That's David Fierstein, the meatball flag. They're going to be bringing that car in. And we'll see him likely come down the pit lane. He's smoking very heavily, the red, white, and blue machine, and lots of smoke under braking going to turn one. We see him coming up over the hill right now, and that was actually dust and dirt that he ran, that he threw up on the exit of turn one. But that car, believe me, is putting out a lot of white smoke when he's not running through the sand.
Well, it's going to be interesting because David is actually supposed to be running in the next group as well in ITA. So if there is a problem, you may not see him in, running the ITA. But, yeah, they'll give him the meatball flag. He'll come down to pit road here, get that checked out. Hopefully it's nothing terminal. Hopefully it's something really easy that they can get fixed and either, A, send him back out
here,
or B, go back there and get it fixed real quick, so that he can run the next race.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see that. He hopefully will be coming in next time by. That's going to open up a little bit more of a gap there. Scott O'Rourke, who had that early spin at turn one, he was running right behind Fierstein as they came through turn one on the last lap. That'll move O'Rourke now back up. Likely up into sixth position. We'll take a look here as they come down. One other thing, we talked about the 123 machine at Callan Crocker yesterday, Brian. He is now coming up right onto the back of Frank Taberzi. They're going through turn one right now, that orange 123. He sticks out kind of like a sore thumb compared to a lot of the other cars here on track based on that color. He's about 5 car lengths back, from Taberzi. But that last time by, almost 0.4 of a lap faster than the 121 machine directly ahead of him.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's definitely going to run Taberzi down. I think Taberzi may have used up some of his tires early on. I do know Kalen was doing some tire changes and doing some tire stuff yesterday afternoon when I walked up there to the paddock after we were done. So he's got that car right. I asked him, I said, hey, did you change motors in the off season and after Mars 1? And he said, absolutely not. And I said, oh, did you get a new driver? And he goes, I think so. I'm not 100% sure, but I have a feeling it has a lot to do with that. And now he's driven here a lot more than he's done at Summit Point when we see him during the season. He likes this course. He's got more laps here than he does down there. And he did say he gets a little nervous at Summit Point. Because some of the turns just don't, he has yet to figure that out, and you've got a bigger field. And now they're going to go side by side on start-finish line, headed down into turn one. Who's going to have the advantage there? It looks like it's going to be Taberzi staying in that outside line.
But here's a big surprise, Brian. We had John Hotz, who had been running in second position, didn't catch it on track, and I'm trying to hear the race that where it might be. But John Hotz now finds himself all the way back in sixth position, back behind that yellow number 32 of Scott O'Rourke and behind Isaac Jordan. So that actually increases the margin that Ryan Maloney has over the rest of the field now. So what was almost a 5-second advantage over John Hotz now turns into almost a 10-second advantage over our new second place runner, Frank Taberzi.
Yeah, interesting there. Now you've got Kalen and you've got Frank battling for second place.
Right.
In third, and then you've got Isaac Jordan, who's 3.5 seconds back of them. Kalen Crocker at the start-finish line last time by, Greg, 5/1000ths of a second.
Told you it was close.
Don't blink because you would have missed it. So, yeah, no, a good race there. Yeah, not sure what happened to John, so we'll have to hopefully we can hear something on the radio as it comes across, as our leader now is all the way up into turn one. We're expecting to see the Crocker and the Taberzi, and now Taberzi's really opened up. But here comes Scott O'Rourke. Here comes Isaac Jordan and John Hotz. They're reeling them two in. Greg, we're going to have a great battle here as we get to the end of this race with still 15 laps to go.
That's right.
For second position here, I think. It's going to be a huge battle. Who's going to take the last two spots?
That's right. So we saw Scott O'Rourke right at the start-finish line getting around Isaac Jordan and John Hotz, trying to follow him through, was not able to make the pass before they went into turn one. But, Brian, let's do this. Let's make our first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's small bore, IT racers, Spec RX-7, STL, and STU. Touring 4 as well. Let's not forget IT7 and GT Pinto, which I don't think we have any of here today. I probably ought to just run down what we saw yesterday. But B-Spec, ITA, ITB, ITC, and ITS, Spec E30, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, GT Pinto, IT7, Legends Cars, SPB, which we do have an SPB driver, SPU, Spec RX-7, STO and STU, and T4. Race group number 2, please head to the grid.
Ryan Maloney past the start-finish line, gone. Frank DeBerzy now coming. Here comes Kalen Crocker. Here comes Scott O'Rourke, John Hotz. They've kind of gotten by Isaac Jordan there. So put Isaac Jordan now back to 6th. Jay Benderum in 7th. Russell Maloney in 8th. Ben Sarley and then James Roberts. That's your top 10 as they go through the start-finish line. But I tell you what, Greg, that battle for second place is going to get interesting. As here comes Scott O'Rourke and John Hotz. They're going to try to run down Kalen Crocker and Frank DeBerzy, and they're starting to close in. So whatever happened to John Hotz, he went back, picked up Scott O'Rourke, and now they're going to start to make their way back up to second.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of time to work on this as we've got 14 laps remaining. So a lot of racing here to go, about 15 minutes, maybe a little bit more than 15 by the time we get to the checkered flag here.
Yeah. Let them get settled in. Looks like here comes some of the other cars that are coming through turn 7 now. Ryan Maloney already passed the light bulb. He's crossing the start-finish line now, but here comes that four-way battle for second place between the 121 of Frank DeBerzy, the 123 of Kalen Crocker, the 32 of Scott O'Rourke, and the 63 of John Hotz. Here they come, and I tell you what, Frank DeBerzy now is under a bit amount of stress. I'm going to say this. I'm going to call it stress because you know he's looking in the mirror as Scott O'Rourke has gotten past Kalen Crocker, and now you have John Hotz putting the battle on Kalen Crocker there, going down over the hill into turn 1. When they get to turns 3 and 4 through the S's up there, we'll see what it looks like coming out of turn 5, Greg. But I tell you what, when I use the word stress, I guarantee you Frank DeBerzy's in a bunch of stress.
He had to look in the rearview mirror. He knows that there are 3 more cars back there. He had one driver coming up the inside on him there as Scott O'Rourke of that yellow number 32. He took that peek to the inside. He wasn't really close enough to make a pass going in the 1, but it would have been enough to maybe make DeBerzy get thrown off his game just a little bit, maybe take a little bit later entry into the corner, and we can see that O'Rourke has closed things up as well, and then, sitting right back behind with Crocker and Hotz there nose to tail. They are all there, at this point. DeBerzy, he's got to hit his marks. Otherwise he could see himself getting freight trained as our racers are coming through the light bulb now.
It does look like John Hotz has gotten around Kalen Crocker, so he's going to set his sights now to get with Scott O'Rourke. Here they come at the start-finish line, and now DeBerzy pulled out a little bit to Scott O'Rourke. And Greg, I got to be honest with you, I think Frank DeBerzy is just kind of, I don't want to say shooting himself in the foot, but really cutting back on that arrow. If you can't make that pass, don't pull out.
Don't pull out.
There's no reason to get some air in there.
Yeah,
all you're doing is putting the parachute down,
exactly.
letting the other guys go by.
He pulled out driver's right. And then we saw O'Rourke in that yellow number 32 literally just drive right on by. He used the draft. He used the draft that he had and was able to slingshot past the 121 machine of DeBerzy. So move DeBerzy now down into 3rd and move O'Rourke. I mean, look, he had that early off, or he didn't go off, but that early 360.
Rick Mears move.
Yeah, but there he is with a lot of time left to go. He's back in the 2nd position. I mean, the downside is, well, Ryan Maloney for the 2nd day in a row has opened up, I don't want to say an insurmountable advantage, but we're looking at 15 seconds right now. It's as close to insurmountable as you can get.
Might want to lean on the radio here and tell Ryan, say, hey, you need to slow down a little bit, buddy.
Exactly. All right, Brian, real quick, let me make a second call to the grid for our next group, because by the time I'm done, we'll probably have like 2 laps to go. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Production IT. Production IT Super Touring, as well as B-Spec and T4 as well. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2. please head to the grid. Your race is next, scheduled to be on track somewhere around at the rate we're going, probably close to 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, going through turn one now, you give third place to Kalen Crocker. Frank DeBerzi is going to drop in behind John Hotz. So John Hotz is now going to move up into fourth place, and DeBerzi is going to drop back into fifth place right now going through there. John Hotz and Kalen Crocker were working with each other coming down the front stretch here. And then we're able to get past DeBerzi. I think DeBerzi may have gone 2 off up over the hill out of turn 1. We'll take a look down into turn 7 and see whether or not they're going to actually, they're coming through the light bulb now. Here comes Scott O'Rourke there. He's got about a 15, 16 car length lead, but now Crocker is in third, and then it is John Hotz right behind Kalen Crocker, and then Frank DeBerzi. So he's going to drop all the way back into that 5th position. So as we get to the end of this race, Greg, you can see where starting to push a little bit, and while they're battling on, Isaac Jordan is now starting to reel that group of 3 in as Scott O'Rourke is starting to pull away.
Yeah, so that's silver with lime green topped Mazda Miata, one of the Windsor Customs cars. He's starting to close things up just a little bit. We know that, again, and we apologize, both our turn 1 and our light bulb cameras having a little trouble here this morning. But he is, we can tell, you're going to see him coming down through turn 5 now. That gray Miata starting to close things down on the pack just ahead.
Yeah, those guys are going to continue to battle here. Again, 10 laps to go. Still a long way to get.
Long
20
way to
miles, if you think, or 1.9 miles, about 20 miles to go here in this race. So, again, that is still a lot of time for Isaac Jordan to move up in there, especially if those 3 are going to continue to battle. Here comes our overall leader, Ryan Maloney. Let's see what the gap is now, because as those 4 really start to battle, and Greg, coming out of the light bulb, Scott O'Rourke has fallen a little bit back. We'll see whether or not they're all going to catch him, because he had built up that lead, and now it looks like John Hotz and Scott O'Rourke, they're going to start to pull away, I think, because they're going to hook up together, pull away from DeBerzi and Crocker.
All right, as they go over the crest of the hill, and interesting to hear Isaac Jordan in that silver number 46 machine. He's bumping off the rev limiter just before he gets into the braking zone here. He's trying to stay on the throttle as late as possible. I don't hear that from any of the cars directly ahead of him, that they're all, I think, short shifting just a little bit to set up for turn number 1 and to carry the speed up the hill.
And where he's hitting it, Greg, probably really isn't that bad, because he's help it to slow it down, but ever so slightly, and then he has to get less on the brake to slow that car down to get up and over the hill at turn 1. So, yeah, no, absolutely. Sometimes that has an advantage. Sometimes it doesn't have an advantage, but for the most case, it looks like we may have had one of those cars put a little too off. We looked at it all day yesterday. Every time we saw some dirt and dust, we always thought somebody was going off, but it really ended up not happening. So we'll try to get a number of who that was. Could be 2, maybe even 4. Here comes our overall leader now. He's headed up in turn 1. I think Ryan is on a clear Sunday drive, but you know what? John Hotz working all over the back bumper of Scott O'Rourke, and Kalen Crocker, Frank DeBerzi not going away just yet. They're still right there.
They're like 4 car lengths back. They're right in it, and you see there John Hotz pushing the yellow number 32 all the way into the braking zone, letting out just as they get on the brakes. I mean, those 2 drivers have worked together, or not worked together, but they've worked the draft with other cars so long. They've got the timing right down there, and Hotz, he really knows when to pull back and not send the 32 into turn 1 with more speed than he can use to actually navigate the corner. Really neat to watch something like that.
Yeah, because that would end up being probably the at the end of that, if he continued to do that, it'd be like the General Lee, because that car would go straight off that hill.
Be like the Monza yesterday.
Yeah, right. So, yeah.
And go launching over the trees into the Thunderbolt circuit.
Yep, well, that is true. Well, actually, he'd end up at the finish line pub down there, and I don't think that's where Scott O'Rourke wants to go during the race. Maybe after the race, but not during the race.
All right, so we have got now 8 laps remaining here in our SSM race. Your leader is Ryan Maloney. He just crosses the stripe, completing lap number 15, now working 16. Scott O'Rourke, second. John Hotz, Kalen Crocker, Frank DeBerzy rounds out your top 5. And as they're coming down on the front straight here and underneath the start-finish line, side by side, we've got John Hotz to driver's right. He's to the inside, but we know that outside line is the preferred one. Scott O'Rourke, that's where he was. He holds on with John Hotz, and Hotz looks like he might have lost some momentum, stuck to the inside there as Kalen Crocker takes a look to driver's left, coming out of 1, heading down towards turn 3.
We'll have to see when they come up over the hill out of turn 5, but I'll tell you what, it looks like Kalen Crocker is more than likely going to get around John Hotz, and he did. So he made that stick and able to do that. Hey, one little thing I want to talk about. I know we heard probably saw some dirt and dust. Jay Bindrum, who was running up there in 7th place there by himself, he's actually fallen back now to 8th, and Russell Maloney has actually caught Jay Bindrum and passed him.
Yeah, and so Bindrum on the last lap, Brian, had an off over at turn 5. And had to gather that car back up, so he lost positions there. Real quick here, Brian, I also wanted to mention for everybody watching, if you like the coverage, if you like what you see, go ahead, give us a thumbs up. And if you haven't already subscribed to the Washington, D.C. region's SCCA channel, where we're going to have the Mars series all season long, please go ahead and do so. It helps both the D.C. region and the South Jersey region.
Absolutely. Click that subscribe button, smash that thumbs up or whatever it is. I can't remember what Morgan's would. Demolish it.
Demolish it.
Kiss it. I don't know what you want to do. Just make sure you join and you listen. Hey, I tell you what, last time by there, that battle, as you see it going through turn 1 right now, that DeBerzy, O'Rourke, Hotz, and Kalen Crocker, that is still an intense battle. That is going to be for 2nd and 3rd here.
Yes.
At the end of this race with 6 laps to go. Now Jay Bindrum gets ahead of Russell Maloney. That's 7th and 8th. Now throw Ben Sarley in there for 9th. So these guys, there's races starting to happen not only for the first 5 position or the 2nd through 5th, but really 7th through 9th too. So we got really good two intense battles happening here.
All right.
Yeah, that should be interesting. Looks like we just got a little weather report here that says light rain expected soon. I hope that's at home and not here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brian, I think it's here. We'll see. So maybe we've been saying for a couple of weeks, don't blame Greg.
Yeah, well, you just screwed it up because you talked about it earlier.
Yeah, exactly. My streak of 2 events in the dry, I think, has run dry here. As we'll take a look. And the 32 machine of Scott O'Rourke, Brian, he's now opened up about a 4-car length advantage over the 63 machine of John Hotz. The 121 of Frank DeBerzy slightly further back. But Kalen Crocker now in the 123 machine, you know, he has now fallen. We saw him making up ground and getting into that battle for 2nd. He has now fallen back almost 4 seconds here. But we've got a great little battle a little bit further back. We've got now, looks like we've got Jay Bindrum, Russ Maloney, Ben Sarley, all nose to tail. We're going to see them coming into turn 5 here in just a moment. Again, that is the battle currently for 7th. And so Maloney had a great, the other Maloney, Dad Maloney, Russ Maloney, had a great run yesterday. He started 10th, worked his way up to 7th with about 4 laps remaining in yesterday's shorter race. He, like a lot of our racers did yesterday, maybe got a little too over-exuberant and run off the course, but he worked his way back to 10th, which is where he started. So a good run for him, and once again, now sitting in the top 10.
Here comes O'Rourke and Hotz. They're pushing each other, and you're right. Cracker's falling back. DeBerzy's falling back. Looking at the right rear tire of Frank DeBerzy and the right rear tire of Kalen Crocker, they have definitely put that right rear off, maybe if not in one place, but in several places, because you can see the dust and the dirt on there where we didn't see that early on in the race.
Yeah, exactly there. And so in just the course of a lap, we had John Hotz make up almost 8 car lengths on our second place runner, O'Rourke. Hotz just ran his fastest lap of the race, 6/10 faster than Scott O'Rourke. So, maybe Hotz was trying to get the equipment cooled down. Who knows?
Yeah.
But he's right back in the thick of it in the battle for second.
Yeah, Ben Sarley gets around Russell Maloney. That's 8th, and then drop Russell Maloney back to 9th. So dropping a spot there. But, again, still a pretty good intense battle between him and Jay Bendrum. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not Sarley's going to be able to get around Jay Bendrum here as our overall leader. Ryan Maloney now comes by the start-finish line, headed up into turn 1. He's got 3 laps left to go.
That's right, and he's actually getting pretty close to lapping the tail end of the field. He's coming up on the back of the 04 of Adam Volatile. Now, Volatile, actually, and there's Volatile. He's already gotten by Volatile.
Yeah,
he's coming up on Moyer, the 113 machine, as Hotz and O'Rourke coming in the one nose to tail once again. And again, about a half a car length as they crest over the top of the hill, just as our camera at turn 1 freezes up a little bit. But trust us, it's about a car length to a car length and a half separating them at this point. Again, as we have now just 3 laps to go. I was going to mention it's good to see Volatile get out there today in that black number 04 machine. He had some mechanical issues with that car yesterday. I think only made it 1 lap in yesterday's sprint race, brought the car in, and he's made it run the distance today. A little bit off the pace from the rest of the vehicles out there, but again, good to see him turning laps and getting some seat time.
Yeah, absolutely. John Hotz really trying to get back into that second position where he was early on. I know he finished second yesterday, so I'm sure he's pushing to get through there. Here comes Ryan Maloney now. Looks like he's going to catch John Moyer in that 113, which, Greg, is something we didn't see yesterday either.
No.
Ryan, even though he built up that big lead and was able to run away and basically hide, he didn't really put too many of the cars a lap down. I think he may have lapped James Roberts. Adam Volatile dropped off yesterday. So,
all right, Brian. So as we've got 2 laps remaining here. Actually, a little bit more than a lap and a half. Let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. Our production classes: B-Spec, IT, Super Touring, as well as GT Light, GT Pinto, IT7, Legends Cars, SPB, Spec RX7, SPU, and T4. Please start heading to the grid. This is your final call. Race group number 2, your race is next.
Kalen Crocker starting to reel in Frank DeBerzy a little bit, too. Last time by coming down through turn 5, I was able to notice that he was able to get a little bit closer back to Frank, so we'll see whether or not that whether or not he's going to do that. Here comes our leader. He's getting the 1 to go right now. So Ryan Maloney working his last lap of the race for this weekend in our SSM class. Here comes Scott O'Rourke. Here comes John Hotz. They're going to pick up that 1 to go board too. So we'll see where John Hotz is going to try to make that move on Scott O'Rourke. It's somewhere in this racetrack.
And Hotz is moving from left to right. As O'Rourke was sitting center of track, Hotz was trying to determine, was the inside lane going to work, was the outside lane going to work, and I think he determined neither was going to work. He spent so much going back and forth, he ends up right behind still the number 32 machine as they came out of turn 1, as they're going to now head into those S's over at turns 3 and 4.
Both of them, as you talked about early on, Greg, both of them have a lot of racing experience between the both of them and racing with each other out on the racetrack. Not only here, but at Summit Point, everywhere else, especially in this class that we go to. Look, here comes Ben Sarley now. Ben Sarley's going to end up 7th. Bendrum's going to be an 8th, and then Russell Maloney in 9th. They're working their last lap, but that becomes where they play a little bit of games here and there.
All right, as our leader, Ryan Maloney, comes through the light bulb and onto the front straight, all by himself, had a 24-second advantage at the beginning of the last lap, and he takes the checkered flag. Ryan Maloney, for the 2nd day in a row, a commanding win in SSM here at the Lightning Circuit at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Now let's see here as our battle for second continues to unload and unwind. Unload, maybe not unload.
Ooh.
Unwind here side by side on the front straight. John Hotz to the left. O'Rourke to the right. And at the line, Brian, maybe a foot separating. I'm showing Scott O'Rourke as your second place finisher, with John Hotz finishing second. Again, almost a photo finish at the line for fourth, with Callan Crocker getting around Frank Taberzi. So give fourth to the 123 car. The 121 at Taberzi will come home in fifth. Isaac Jordan made up a ton of ground on the last lap. He was only 2 car lengths back. And then let's see, we've got the rest of the field here. With now the number 199 machine of Ben Sarley. He works all the way up into 7th. Jay Bindrum in 8th. Russ Maloney 9th. And now coming down the front straight, it is James Roberts, driver of the number 6 machine. James Roberts, he's going to round out your top 10.
Yeah, pretty good battles, pretty good finish there in that SSM race to start the day, or second race of the day, technically.
Yeah, and and it looked like John Hotz had the advantage coming out of the light bulb, Brian. But whereas he wasn't able to draft past Scott O'Rourke on the previous lap coming in the 1, O'Rourke stuck right up to the bumper, pulled out at the last moment, and was able to slingshot. And I'm saying, really, it was less than a foot between the noses of those cars as they cross the stripe. We'll have to see. To my eye, it looked like Scott O'Rourke came out ahead. We show on our timing and scoring it was O'Rourke, but that's all down to where those transponders are placed. But it looked as though, to my eye, the number 32 machine was the lead car when it crossed the line.
Yeah, I do believe Scott O'Rourke got him. He got him by about 1/12 of a second. Again, don't blink in this class here. If you blink, you could go from first to 18th in some of these cars when they're running like that. So, yeah, no, absolutely. We'll see whether or not Ryan Maloney, whether or not he's going to take a victory lap, or is he going to go ahead and turn in. It looks like he is going to do his victory lap here today. So, one extra lap for Ryan Maloney, and pretty much a dominating performance this weekend here, Greg. Most definitely went to, Ryan Maloney here in our SSM class.
All right, and so as he goes out now for his victory lap, Brian, and I think we've got some drivers from our big board class that are going to take some hardship laps. I'm just going to estimate that our next group is going to be going on track, and that is our small bore group. Going to estimate that they're going on track right around 10:10 or so this morning. So let's do this. Let's take a quick little break. It'll give us time to
jump into our halls.
Yeah, to thank our non-official sponsor on the weekend, Hall's Cough Drops. But we're going to thank all of our partners and sponsors. We're going to start off with the Glasstown Brewery, practically right outside the facility here in Millville, one of our sponsors of the May 23 Lightning Challenge, and we'll be right back.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the many picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
And we're back here at New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Lightning Circuit for the 2023 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. We're going to have our special guest, Morgan Burkhardt, here joining us in just a moment. But we've got a very large group, Brian, heading out on track right now for their pace lap. This is, we'll call it our small bore group. It's made up of our production category racers. It is made up of our super touring racers, our IT racers as well, and I believe we've got a number of T4 cars in this fight in addition, as well as SPV cars as well. 34 cars went out, set qualifying times or raced yesterday. Let's run down the top 15 here in the field. Starting 15, driving the number 151 STL Mazda Miata, it's Steve Ficacci with Joel Gambino. Starting 14th, he's in number 31 ITA Mazda Miata. Deacon Greenfield starts 13th. He's driving the number 75 STL Mazda Miata with Peter Doan, scheduled to start 12th, driving the number 59 ITA Toyota MR2. Kurt Laumeister will start 11th, driving the number 11 STL Mazda Miata with Amber Stevenson. And I think this was the standout drive of the day yesterday. Yes. Our H production winner yesterday in the number 5 Toyota Yaris, starting 10th today. And she's out of Garnet Valley, Pennsylvania. Steve Moeller scheduled to start 9th in the number 49 ITS Mazda Miata with our ITA winner from yesterday, Kyle Colby, starting 8th. He's driving the number 43 Honda CRX. Bill Gartner will start 7th. He's in the number 23 Mazda MX-5. That's an STL car. While Jerome Hinkle is scheduled to start 6th in the number 66 car. I had to split that off, by the way. You know that he is driving a Lotus Super 7. He's out of Catonsville, Maryland, again, starting 6th. Starting 5th, driving the number 100 STL Mazda Miata from Brooklyn, New York, it's Doug On. with Ted Cahill starting on what we think would be the outside of row number 2, driving the number 182 Mazda Miata. It's an STL car from Christiansburg, Virginia. Then we've got Thomas Paolino driving the black number 34 STL Mazda Miata. He's from Colts Neck, New Jersey, starts 3rd. And our front row today, starting 2nd, driving the number 89 T4 Mazda Miata from Oakland, New Jersey. It's Michael LaMena. And on the pole, we expect that he will probably start on driver's left, not driver's right, but we'll see here as he comes around driving the number 69 T4 Mazda MX-5 from Darnestown, Maryland, with a fast lap time of 1:16.895. It's Jeremy Butts.
And we'll have to see. Looking at the camera, unless I looked at the camera wrong, he is not. He is on the inside. He is not on the outside. Michael LaMena is going to be on the outside. So whether or not he thinks he can get a really good jump, here they go.
Yep,
Green flag is out. We'll see whether or not he's able to hold off Michael LaMena going into turn 1.
All right, so Butts now with that inside position. He's going to get pinched to the inside. Some brake lock up in the rear from LaMena. And we've got a car with putting up a lot of white smoke at the rear of the field as they come over the crest of turn 1, heading into turn 2. And I think, as we suspected, LaMena takes the point here on the very first lap. As I mentioned, we've got Morgan Burkhardt, driver this weekend of the number 87 F Production Toyota MR2. Had some issues with the car yesterday, so we're lucky enough to have him join us in the booth here today. Good morning, Morgan. Good to have you with us.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you having me.
All right, so we've got the field now making their way through turn number 5, and we'll see them here in a moment as they come underneath the bridge into turn number 7, and we'll see what things look like under braking, that 90-degree left-hander, and it appears actually that Jeremy Butts, is your leader.
No, that looks like Michael LaMena's car right there. Michael LaMena looks like he's going to end up taking that lead right there. The brake lockup that you were talking about in the back, that was by 122 of Michael Allenball. So, again, kind of a little bit of a stack up there as they heading up into turn 1. And that caused a ripple effect, as you say, and caused a lot of people to quickly panic.
All right, so yesterday Jeremy Butts was our winner. He took the win over LaMena, but as we complete lap number 1 here, LaMena is your leader. About 6 car lengths back, we've got the battle for the lead in STL. Thomas Paolino and Doug Cahill dug on a couple laps back from there. If we take a look a little bit further back in the field, Kyle Colby with Peter Doan, the yellow Honda CRX, holding off the Toyota MR2, the second-gen MR2 for the moment and let's take a look here because I don't see him towards the top of the field. Joel Giambino, who worked his way into a podium position yesterday, much further back in the field, currently running 3rd in ITA, but he has 6 cars between he and our 2 ITA leaders.
That's the difficult thing about the multi-class racing that we got here is you're racing people that are 4 or 5 cars up in front of you, and you kind of have to get through the rest of the pack without screwing up their races. So it's a bit of a balance. You're kind of juggling. You're trying to get to your people, but you're also not trying to screw up other people's races.
Yeah, you saw a lot of that yesterday too, just as you talked about in that sprint race, Morgan. You know, you're trying to get in there and you're trying to make that pass. But you don't want to mess up their race, and so you're right. It becomes a juggle and it becomes a challenge of whether or not where you can make that pass to get ahead, so that you're not caught by somebody else in your group. So, as our leaders in the T4 with Michael LaMena and Jeremy Butts, they head off down into turn 1, followed by Thomas Paolino and Ted Cahill. That's your leader for STL. Then you've got Douglas on in that 100 machine, Bill Gartner in that 23 machine. That's 3rd and 4th in STL. Jerome Hinkle leading the F production. Peter Doan in ITA. Kyle Colby in ITA. Then you have Steve Moeller. Then Kurt Laumeister. Tell you what, Greg, we talked about Amber Stevenson yesterday having that great jump right at the start, past 3 cars before she even got to turn 1 in that H production machine. Toyota Yaris, a little bit further back, didn't get the start that she wanted to, I'm sure, but she's starting to fight back a little bit more. Sitting in 12th right now, leading in the H production, right in front of one of our guys, Deacon Greenfield. So he's going to be looking at the back end of that Toyota Yaris, hopefully, for not too much longer.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, there's a question there whether or not the Yaris or the Miata has more power. Deacon Greenfield driving what is actually an SSM car, what would have been a very good fit for the last race that we just had. But we'll get back to that in a second as we've got Jeremy Butts and Mike LaMena side by side coming up the hill into turn number 1. Butts to the inside, and the run that he didn't get on the start, he gets on this lap, and he inches ahead of Mike LaMena. Pass not done yet, however. We'll have to watch them as they come out of turn number 5, but we may have a change for the overall lead there. And I was going to say, so, obviously here with Deacon Greenfield, not in the same class as Amber Stevenson or our H Production Yaris, but that, the Miata still, even though it may not have a horsepower advantage over that Yaris, it's got some chassis dynamics advantages, obviously, being a very well-balanced car, whereas the Yaris, very tall, very narrow. Basically everything is happening with those front wheels. It's going to be a much more difficult car to hustle around this course.
And I think we had a change for the lead in ITA as Kyle Colby made a pass down the inside of turn 1 on Peter Doan. They went through turn 3, 4 side by side. We'll see how they come out coming down to turn 7 and into the light bulb.
Yeah, you're right there, Morgan. I think Colby was able to get in front of Peter Doan. When I looked at the camera here through turn 7, he was in front, but we'll see. Looks like we've got one car very, very slow, the 37.
Yeah, this is the GT Light Austin Mini of Serena Stevenson. She was a bit off the pace when she came through turn 7, and she continues to stay out and turns lap, but she's staying out of everybody's way. Now let's look at that battle in ITA as Peter Doan now has put a STL Miata between he and Kyle Colby. And Colby now just has that H Production Yaris that we were talking about a few moments ago. Amber Stevenson go around him in the turn 1, starting to see, it looks like a little bit of white smoke out of the back of that CRX. And we know Kyle was at the majors at Summit Point to start off the season, that he came down. He lives in Elmira, New York, right outside of Watkins Glen. And that motor he had some issues with, if I remember correctly. He wasn't running in ITA, if I remember correctly. I think he was running in F Production. And if I remember correctly, it didn't make it through the whole weekend.
It did not, and I think that does not look like the typical tripod Honda CRX rear lockup smoke going into a corner.
No.
That could be something a little bit more sinister.
Yes, I think that may be the case here. So our leaders in T4, Jeremy Butts and Mike LaMena. LaMena closing things down just a little bit under braking as our STL battle right behind him continues on. And this is a great little fight that we saw yesterday as well, Brian. The 34 Paulino and Ted Cahall yesterday. I think it was the 100 of Doug On and Ted Cahall. Yesterday, Paulino had some issues with, a rear bumper cap and some maybe some Armco over at turn 5 that brought him back through the field. But for the moment, he's got about a half a car length advantage over the 182 of Cahall.
Yeah, I don't think the Armco had a problem. That stood still. I think that yeah, you're right. Ended up getting pretty loose coming over the hill out of turn 5, doing a complete 360. Kept it going though, but unfortunately for Thomas Paulino early on in that race, did not sit well. Had to back out of that and was able to. That actually gave Ted Cahall the win in STL, and then Paulino ended up finishing second right there towards the end of the race is where he had that incident. But as we look at our overall leaders here in T4, here they come out of the light bulb, headed down to the front stretch now, and now Michael LaMena is back in front of Jeremy Butts. For this T4 and overall battle as they head up at T1. I tell you what, Greg, we looked at a lot of video last night watching some of these, especially in the SM class, and watched a bunch of other driver videos with Mike, and I think Michael just sat there with a nice smile on his face going, yeah, I think you're doing great, and picked up a bunch of stuff, and is now taking that into this T4 car and kind of helping him get in front of Jeremy Butts.
All right, so it looks like for a time being, our H Production leader, Amber Stevenson, had actually gotten around our ITA leader. And I say this with a bit of surprise as it's going on, but I gotten around Peter Doan. Doan gets back around the Yaris going into turn 1, but I think that has also allowed Kyle Colby to close things down just a little bit in ITA at the moment here. And at the stripe, it was about 1.2 seconds separating them. I'd probably put it more at about 0.8 of a second by the time they came out of turn one. But the big thing to look for here is Joel Gambino, who had been somewhere around had about 5 cars between he and Kyle Colby at the time. Followed the yellow CRX right up into turn number 1. He's right back behind, so we may see a battle for the lead, much like we're seeing one here in T4 as our overall leaders come across the start-finish line, and Jeremy Butts comes underneath like Mike LaMena through turn 1 to retake that lead.
Yeah, again, long way to go here.
And I think with our overall leaders fighting for the lead in T4, they're not running all that far away from the STL cars, so it's given their STL leader a little bit of draft so he can defend from K-Hall a little bit in second place. As we talked about, Joel Gambino has gotten Kyle Colby for second place in ITA going into turn 1.
That's right. And it looks that H production Yaris, and she carries a ton of speed through turn 1. I mean, it looks like that car barely gets on the brakes. He's probably just giving it a slight brush to get the nose turned in, but she got right back around our ITA leader, and that's, I think, probably in some of the other places on this course, maybe going to back Peter Doan up to both Joel Gambino and Kyle Colby and we see them now coming down through turn 5. That's exactly what's happening through that little S section there through turns 3 and 4. That it brings those drivers back around. We're going to see them under braking here going into 5 in just a moment. The lead car there is actually Peter Doan with Amber Stevenson's H-Prod Yaris directly behind, and then the 2 ITA cars of Gambino and Colby directly behind.
Yeah, she is right on the back bumper of that Lotus of Jerome Hinkle there, going up through 7, up into 8, into the light bulb there. Hinkle starts to pull away a little bit, but yeah, you're right. She is leading that whole ITA contingent coming through here. They're coming through the start-finish line now.
All right, real quick, Brian, as we're just about now, about 6 laps or so into this race, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid for race group number 3, our Spec Racers, Spec Renault, Spec Racer Ford, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and EM1 and EM2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, Spec Renault, Spec Racer Ford, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, EM1, and EM2. Please start heading to the grid.
Tell you what, Morgan, last time by, you and I were sitting here watching Amber Stevenson and Joe Gambino side by side going up into turn 1. It again, not for class, but neither one of them wanted to give an inch there.
And I'm thinking what's going on in Joel's head right now is that he wants to put a car between him and second and third in ITA, so it gives him a little bit of a buffer. He can start to make a little bit. He can be more relaxed. He can get away with making a couple more mistakes, and it makes Peter and Kyle for second and third in ITA. They have to go around another car to get to him.
Yeah, exactly, which means they have to work a lot harder to do that in order to get back around that car, because, again, especially there, and then you get on that backside there, as you well know, it sometimes can put you in a position where you really can't make that pass. Here they come now. Amber Stevenson got back around Joel Gambino, and now here comes Kyle Colby. You got an STL machine there of the 49 of Steve Moeller in between him and Peter Doan. So, again, she's able to get back around Joel Gambino. We'll see whether or not Gambino's able to put that car back in between her and Kyle Colby.
All right, in other H production news, Ted Heinrichs in the number 15 Honda CRX just crossed the stripe. He is already, I believe, a lap down from Amber Stevenson. And Heinrichs, that car, I was actually asking Morgan, your parents on Friday, because we used to see that Honda CRX in H production race in the Mars Series about 15 years ago. Almost every single event at Summit Point, and we were trying to pick out who the original driver was. And, of course, at our advanced ages, our memories are failing us, and we can't remember. But good to see that number 15 machine out on track.
And it seems like in the overall lead, Jeremy Butts is starting to put a little bit of a gap on Mike LaMena. And that could be just Jeremy is more efficient at getting through the traffic a little bit better. And, he catches them in a slightly better place. And Mike doesn't. He catches them in the middle of a corner, and he has to back off a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. So now it looks like Amber Stevenson is able to take that H production Toyota Yaris. She has gotten around Jerome Hinkle and gotten back around and starting to stretch out a little bit further from Joel Gambino. So that H production moved her all the way up into 7th overall in an ITA. Joel Gambino leading over Peter Doan and then Kyle Colby.
Yeah, and just sitting right out of the top 3 is in ITA Dan Freeman in the number 1, the black with the red-topped Mazda Miata, who I think we just saw coming out of turn 1, and appears to be maybe just a little bit off of his game. Appears to be a much stronger racer at Summit Point Raceway. Speaking of a little bit off the game, we talked a little bit before about Serena Stevenson in the number 37 Austin Mini, the GT Light machine. Looks like she's started to find some pace with that car, and yeah. But it doesn't seem to be nearly as far off the pace as it was early on in the race there.
Yeah, it seems that when she comes down the front stretch, it just automatically just seems to kind of really slow down. You know, I picked her up the last couple times coming through the light bulb there, and she seems to be pretty good through there. And then all of a sudden, it's like on the front stretch, right before she gets to the start-finish line, it's like it's run out of its power. There's like nothing left to do. I don't know if that's a gearing issue. I'm not sure what what they've done with that. So
this battle in ITA it's starting to spread out a little bit. This pack that we've had of 6 or 7 cars is now starting to string out. There's a car length or 2 in between each of them. So for Joel Gambino, I'm going to be really happy with this. It's starting to spread out a little bit with Peter Doan and Kyle Colby as they're in behind Jeremy Hinkle.
Yeah.
So it's starting to spread out. It means, especially if I'm Kyle Colby, in that Honda CRX, I'm not wanting to see this. I don't want to have to drive the car that much harder than I do.
Right.
Well, let's take a look at our overall leader here real quick, guys, because as they're coming by the start-finish line, and the last time by, Butts was able to go through turn 1 and get by some of this lap traffic here and spread out a little bit. Evidently, he may have caught some other lap traffic in some poor positions. And now Michael Amena right back on that back
him,
bumper.
And they've got 2 more cars directly ahead of them going into turn 1 as they come into turn 5 here in just a moment. We'll see if that impedes their progress. Might give Lamena a bit of an opportunity here to attempt for a new pass for the lead. As we watch this ITA fight coming to us right now, as Joel Gambino has gotten around the Lotus of Jerome Hinkle, and Kyle Colby now pulling right up to the back of Peter Doan's Toyota MR2 in the battle for second in ITA. Now they do have another machine that is sitting that Peter Doan has directly ahead of him. That is our ITS leader, the Mazda Miata of Steve Moeller, which Doan should be able to use, I would think, as a good draft during down the straightaways here at NJMP.
Yeah. Up our leaders again by about half a car length now going in. They've gotten around the 122 there of Michael Allenbaugh, and then the 79 there of the Brandon Lewis go through. Thomas Polino now, Ted Cahall, where they were nose to tail last time by, guys, for the STL lead. That has now stretched out. That has grown to about almost a 1.9 seconds. So, again, STL battle getting into some lap traffic back there on the backside, not able to keep up with Thomas Polino's Ted Cahall.
Yeah, and everybody, we want to, again, apologize. We know that we're having some issues with some of our cameras here today. Unfortunately, here as I'm trying to reset one of our cameras, with the weather conditions, and I think you can see the cloud cover. Definitely a bit of an issue. Is now we've got our top three ITA drivers having gotten around the F production Lotus of Jerome Hinkle, and that allows perhaps allow Kyle Colby as they make the run now into turn number 5 to make up some ground on Peter Doan.
I'll tell you what, Peter Doan looks like he was closing the gap there on Joe Gambino there, Morgan.
Yeah, that car, from experience racing with it last year, it is a bullet in a straight line. It's incredible. I've been half a second, 0.6 up coming out of the light bulb at this track, and he has fully passed me before we even got to start finish.
So we know it can be done. All right, real quick, guys, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3. Our Spec Racers, Spec Renault, Spec Racer. I don't know why I keep saying Spec Renault. We know they're not here. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, please start heading to the grid.
Oh, we got a car. We got a car on the front stretch here. It's a little bit of a spin, so we're going to.
Yeah, it looks like we've got 2 cars off on the front straight. We've got Jerome Hinkle in the Lotus that we were talking about. We also have the number 65 machine. That is the B-Spec Mini Cooper of Adriana Di Simone. We've got Hinkle on the right edge of the pavement, driver's right, just past pit in. And Di Simone, drivers left in the grass, and we are going to a red flag condition here at Summit, not at Summit Point, but at New Jersey Motorsports Park. That is a signal for all of our drivers to come to a complete stop on the circuit. A little bit different than what you see in Formula One or in FIA, as drivers now coming to the straight, and we do have some emergency services vehicles now responding. So, let's, gentlemen, as we've got our teams taking a look at that incident that we saw on the front straight, let's quickly go and we'll recap where we are in the field right now. First, we'll give you our top 10, and then we'll break things down by class as the clock continues to run. Remember, these are 22-lap or 40-minute races, whichever comes first. We've got 8 laps remaining, 20 minutes on the clock. Jeremy Butts is currently your leader. He's driving a T4 Mazda MX-5 with Mike LaMena running in second, also in T4, also running a Mazda MX-5. Then we've got Thomas Paulino and Ted Cahall, and then Douglas On, the 34 of Paulino in an STL Mazda Miata. Cahall also an STL, also in a Mazda Miata. Same for Doug On in the 100 car. Then we've got Bill Gartner. Bill is driving the number 23 STL. Say it after me, everybody. Mazda Miata. Amber Stevenson running 7th overall. She is your H production leader, driving a Toyota Yaris. Steve Moeller, 8th. Steve is driving his ITS, the number 4 ITS Mazda Miata, the number 49 machine. Joel Gambino is your ITA leader. He is driving the number 31 Mazda Miata. Peter Doan will round out the top 10 in the number 59 ITA Toyota MR2, running second in class just outside of the top 10. It's Kyle Colby in his Honda CRX, also in ITA. If we go down and we break things down here by class, in T4, we've got 4 drivers in T4. We've talked about Butts and LaMena up at the front of the field. Jennifer Romes in her Scion FRS currently runs 3rd, and Richard Miller driving the number 86 machine. That is a Subaru BRZ. He runs 4th. In STL, we know about Paulino, Cahall, On, and even Bill Gartner. Steve Ficacci currently running 5th. Kurt Laumeister, I'll get that right at some point this weekend. He is running 6th. Deacon Greenfield 7th. John Cavill runs 8th. Michael Allenbaugh 9th. And Brian Hune running in 10th. In ITA, it's Gambino, Doan, and Colby. Dan Freeman runs just out of the podium positions in 4th, with Justin Shepard and Don Riley rounding out the field. Of course, David Fierstein, who had those issues during the SSM race, looks like his car not able to make the field today. In H production, it's Amber Stevenson and Ted Heinrichs. Mike McQueen for the 2nd day in a row, not able to make the race. Serena Stevenson, our sole driver in GT Light. In F production, David Colby and Jerome Hinkle running 1-2. Morgan Burkhardt, surprisingly, because, well, he's, sitting like 2 inches away from us, not able to make the race. Bert Struble did not take the green today in his E-Production Mazda RX-7. And finally, in B-Spec, it's Brandon Lewis, driver of the number 79 machine. That is the Ford Fiesta with the Gulf oil livery. He is leading with Adriana Di Simone, showing as 2 laps down in the number 65 machine. And again, I think Adriana was one of the drivers involved in the incident here on the front straight. All right, so as we're getting this looked at here, why don't we take a little break, okay? Because we're not sure on what the restart time is. I'm going to tentatively say it's 10:40 now, Brian, and just for those of you on the screen, and we may update this as things go on, I'm going to say 10:50 as a restart time. But let's take a quick break. We're going to thank one of our partners and sponsors that is bringing you all the coverage here this weekend from New Jersey Motorsports Park, and that is Cornerstone Financial Consultants.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com. Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
All right, and we're back here at New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and also Morgan Burkhardt. And we've got a little bit of an update here after we went to red flag conditions for an incident here on the front straight. The race control stewards have decided that with 8 laps or 10 minutes remaining to actually checker this race. So we are going to be we'll have to try and piece together how this finishes up, because I think technically we would be rolling back to the previous lap, which is going to be a little difficult here for us. And we did actually have some drivers cross the finish line here after the red flag conditions. But let's try and see if we can piece things together. We do know that Jeremy Butts was leading Mike LaMena on the last lap. He's going to take the win in T4. Thomas Paulino was leading Ted Cahall on the last lap. He's going to take the win in STL. With Doug On finishing in third. In H Production, Amber Stevenson will take the win. In ITS, Steve Moeller will take the win. And he takes the win over Joe Stadelman for the second day in a row. In ITA, Joel Gambino will take the win over Peter Doan, with Kyle Colby coming home in third. David Colby, I believe, would be David Colby, we'll have to figure this one out. You know what? I'm not even gonna surmise the finish here in F Production, given the way the things ended up here. Taking. Let's see here. What else am I leaving? Michael Thompson taking the win in SPB. I believe he was our sole driver in the class. And in B-Spec, taking the win, Brandon Lewis, driver of the number 79 machine. And again, Morgan, who's here with us, Bert Struble, David Fierstein, and Michael McQueen did not take the green. All right, so I've just gotten word from Race Control that we are still going to be down for a little bit here, gentlemen. So let's do this. Let me try and update the clock here a little bit. And we're going to say here, and again, I don't have an approximate start time. I'm going to tentatively say 11 a.m. when we put it back on the screen here, but we'll be back with our next race. Let's do this, Brian, before I forget. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid, and actually we're going to make this final call to the grid for race group number 3. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Actually, I just said Spec Racer Ford. I'm so confused now. Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, if you can please start coming to the grid. And again, if you have trouble while we've got cars on course hearing the PA system here today, 104.7 on your FM dial is the best way to listen to us, unless, well, pick up your phone, go to YouTube, and watch the stream, and we'll give you all the announcements there as well. But gentlemen, let's take another quick break. When we come back after the cleanup here, we'll have that Spec Racer Ford race live from New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Lightning Circuit. We'll be back in just a few.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS.
All right, everybody. Just a quick little update here from the Lightning Circuit at NJMP for the 2023 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. We're down for a little bit right now. We've got some administrative issues to work through after that incident that we had on the front straight. And hopefully we're going to be going back to racing soon enough. But as soon as we get an update here in the announce booth, we will let everybody know here on track, or probably here at the track, and also here on YouTube for those of you watching us from home. I want to remind everybody, if you are watching from home and you like what we're doing for you, if you like what Brian and everybody's giving you, please go ahead and like and subscribe. But as soon as we get an update, we'll let you know more information.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6600. 888-888-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning.
Hi, everybody. It is your humble PA announcer. We've just gotten word from Race Control that we are going to be taking our break for lunch. Scheduled to have our next group, I believe, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, on track at 12:30 p.m. On course at 12:30 p.m. Again, we are going to be taking a break for lunch. We know that this has been a little while coming and getting this information to you. We've just found out about it ourselves, and we'll have cars on course at 12:30 p.m. So Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, since you are next, we'll start making announcements when we need to have you back on grid. And for all those of you who are watching at home, apologize for the delay, but hopefully we'll get back to the racing action here from New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Lightning Circuit in just about an hour. Thanks for hanging with us.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
What's it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/flags. volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just ALS 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the many picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer. volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
All right, and welcome back, everybody, to the NJMP, New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit and the May Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. Want to thank all of you who've been hanging on during this extended lunch as we wrapped things up with some on-track happenings, we'll just say, Brian, and had some downtime, but we're back to racing here at the circuit, and we are starting back off with Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Even with the delay in the schedule, Brian, our steward, the race control, they want to try to get all of our Mars races in, all of these feature races at the scheduled length, 22 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first. And so hopefully we'll be able to do that without any more ado. Tell you what, we've got the Spec Racer Fords on track. 15 of them set qualifying times or went out for the race yesterday. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, starting in 15th from Frederick, Maryland, number 50 of Melanie Meckel. Starting in 14th from Vienna, Virginia, the 41 of Philip Ackley. Starting in 13th from New Windsor, New York, the number 32 of Tristan Welling. Starting in 12th, from Columbia, Maryland, the number 14 of Kevin Silbert. Starting in 11th, from Frederick, Maryland, the number 51 of Eric Prepsius. I got it. Starting in 10th, from Farmington, Massachusetts, the number 62 of Thomas Kirchman. Starting in 9th position, from Swanksville, Pennsylvania, the number 99 of Stephen Minkin. Starting in 8th, from Mullica Hill, New Jersey, the number 9 of Nick DeMeo. Starting in 7th from Martland, New Jersey, the 54 of Mike Thomas. Starting in 6th from New York, New York, the number 57 of Donald Privet. And starting in 5th position from Vienna, Virginia, the number 71 of John Hall. Starting in 4th from Woolwich, New Jersey, the number 25 of Kyle Robertson. Starting in 3rd position from Staunton, Virginia, the number 11 of Jisoo Kim. Starting in the front row and starting in the 2nd position from Boyd's, Maryland, the number 55 of Sam Schechter. And starting on the pole from Washington, D.C., the number 30 of Mac Harrison.
All right, there you go, our starting grid. And just as you finish that up, Brian, the Ciocca Corvette pace car heads to the pit lane, and green flag is in the air. And Mac Harrison in that silver number 30 machine, he's going to start from the inside. Sam Schechter in the blue 55 to the outside. And Harrison gets a great jump through turn 1, up the hill, and through the field. You can see there sliding in the 3rd, that yellow number 11 of Jisoo Kim. That's just where he started. That's where he is. Kyle Robertson, John Hall in the orange 71, Don Privet, Mike Thomas, as well as our field already in line, nose to tail, as they make their way over towards turn 5.
Yeah, coming over turn 5, again, Mac Harrison leading by about 2.5 car lengths over Sam Schechter, and then another car length and a half to Jisoo Kim. Then you got to go back probably 4 car lengths back to the 71 there of John Hall. Greg, that's the first time we've seen anybody right now that started driver's right with Mac Harrison where he did on the pole, got a great run up through turn 1.
Yeah, and as they now come through turn number 7, and again, our apologies, we're having some camera issues over here with the poor weather. We actually had a couple drizzles during the lunchtime period as well. Hopefully, we'll get that camera back and alive. There's not, unfortunately, a lot that we can do here during the race calls, but we've got our drivers now heading onto the front straight, and it is Mac Harrison, Sam Schechter, nose to tail. They've got about 5 car lengths now on Jisoo Kim, running in 2nd. John Hall in that orange number 71 machine. He's now moved up in the 3rd position, getting around Kyle Robertson to move Robertson back down into 5th. Then Nick DeMeo, Tom Kirchman as well. A little bit further behind, looks like Melanie Meckel. A little bit better start for Melanie today. She's sitting right now back in 15th position, but yesterday she had a very tough opening lap, putting the car around over at turn 7. She's got the car, looks like handling a little bit better here today.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to be able to get it under control again. I think first time here, so just still learning everything that needs to do as our leaders now head up through turn 7. They'll be coming up into the light bulb, but again, as Greg talked about, with some of the cellular connection issues we've got out there in that side. Again, very cloudy here. But, sun in and out, but it's going to be hard to see. We'll catch them as they come down the front stretch. But last time by, Mac Harrison was leading Sam Schechter by about 1/10 of a second, if that. I can tell you right now, it's not 1/10 of a second right now. It's going to be less than that. As Sam Schechter is right up on that back gearbox as they head up over the hill into turn 1 with Mac Harrison. Both drivers getting them ready to hit up through there. Jisoo Kim now, Greg, starting to reel them in a little bit, as it looks like Kyle Robertson may have gotten his left rear coming up over the hill in turn 1 into that little dust cloud right there.
Yeah, and it looks like
up a little dust.
And it looks like Prepsius as well ran a little bit wide in the 51 machine and dropped that left rear wheel into the sand as well. It's interesting, Brian, in watching our 2 leaders, Harrison and Schechter, go into turn 1, and I'm taking back and comparing to what we saw in the SSM race earlier today when we saw John Hotz working with
John Hotz was working with Scott O'Rourke.
Scott O'Rourke, thank you. And how John Hotz would push him all the way down into the corner and let off just a moment before. Here we see as Schechter is sitting back behind Harrison, he's letting out of the throttle and giving that gap just past the start-finish line with still about 500 feet before you get to your turn-in point there, just to give room. Now, obviously, they can't be touching nose to tail, but we can see here now as they come the next lap down, where the 55 machine was almost a car length and a half back, again, from our leader, Mac Harrison, closes it down under braking, as does Jisoo Kim, and they are now locked about a quarter of a car length, separating each of them. Our second pack, though, John Hall, Kyle Robertson, Nick DeMeo, all in very close proximity. Robertson just ran the fastest lap of anyone. Now, granted, we're only working lap number 3, but Robertson, for the moment, your fastest driver on track.
Yeah, we're going 7 laps more than what we did yesterday, Greg. And remember, we saw anytime somebody would get up into that 3rd or 4th position, they would end up making a mistake at some point during the race, and then they would drop back. That actually helped Mike Thomas in that 54 machine get up into, finished in that last podium spot, finishing up in 3rd as Mike was way back. Now he's back there again, Donald Privet again. So we'll see whether or not, as they go longer, who's taking care of their equipment, who's taking care of their tire, the car itself, especially the tires. I talked with Morgan a little bit, after we were done with the last race a little bit, and then I talked to a few other guys. The tire degradation really doesn't go away. In these cars, I think they may, as it looks like we're going to have a pass for the lead going up into turn 1. Sam Schechter going to take that lead away from Mac Harrison. Jisoo Kim still sitting in 3rd, but what a great move by Sam Schechter to pick up that lead over Mac Harrison.
All right, a little bit further back, great fight right now for 7th with Tom Kirchman, Steve Minkin, Don Privet, as well as Mike Thomas. Minkin making the pass on Kirchman, so move Minkin from 8th up to 7th. And Kirchman started off in 10th position, so he made a couple positions right out of the gate here. We'll see if he can get that position back from Stephen Minkin that next way around. I think the one driver that got caught out for the 3 positions that Tom Kirchman made up, Don Privet, who started in 6th position, now finds himself back in 9th. Mike Thomas, who started 7th, is sitting back in 10th.
Yeah. As our leaders start to head up through turn 7, going into turn 8, and then eventually getting into the light bulb there, which is turn 9 and turn 10 before coming back on the straightaway. There is 3 separate groups right now. You have your front 3 of Schechter, Harrison, and then Jisoo Kim. Then you've got John Hall, Kyle Robertson, the man, and then you've got another one. So I thought I saw Eric Prepsius in there as well, but I'm not seeing him go through there. Looks like he may have a problem because he has dropped all the way back there last time by. So all the way back down into 11th place.
That's right, as he goes and crosses the stripe now, just ahead of Melanie Meckel, also Kevin Silbert and Phil Ackley. As it looks like Melanie Meckel being put a lap down here early on. But great fight there in the top 3. And as you mentioned, Kyle Robertson and John Hall sticking nose to tail right now, just off the podium paying positions in 4th and 5th. Very tight here at the beginning.
Yeah, I think John Hall and Kyle Robertson will be content right now to just stay where they're at and try to run those 3 down, and with hopes that those 3 start to battle.
Right.
That will easily bring them right back into the fold, and we end up with a 5-car race here at the end.
Yeah, exactly. There is so much time right now, 17 laps to go, and use that draft, try to get back up to our leaders, as now the 55 machine of Sam Schechter opens up about a 2.5 car length advantage over yesterday's winner, Mac Harrison. Another 2 back to Jisoo Kim, 5 from there. Back to that orange number 71 machine, as you see him just now cresting over the top of turn number 1 and heading back down the hill towards that little S section over at turns 3 and 4. Then we've got in that 3rd pack, again, it's Nick DeMeo now and Steve Mincon. As Mincon, having gotten around Privet now, has moved up there. Tom Kirchman losing another position as well, Brian, as Kirchman now sits back in 9th, so he loses a position to Don Privet. He's dropped a position each of the last 2 laps.
Yeah, and we saw this yesterday. Donald Privet didn't really get a good start to the beginning, opening laps of the race. And then all of a sudden at the end there, he moved all the way up. Again, finished in 4th, but at one point he was in 3rd, moving through there. And again, that was, in part because some of the mistakes Kyle Robertson made, John Hall made, which allowed him to go around. But again, as we get later on in this race, we'll see. Now it looks like Mac Harrison and Sam Schechter starting to pull away a little bit from Jisoo Kim. Whether or not Jisoo Kim is just sitting back, just taking care of that equipment as they head over the hill to turn 1. Jisoo Kim getting that left rear, and now it looks like Kyle Robertson's going to go 4 off in through turn 1, able to collect it and stay in front of John Hall. That is not the ideal line, but that is the line that worked for him.
Not a lot of grip out there, but somehow he managed to make it work.
As they come over through turn 5, Sam Schechter still leading over Mac Harrison. And I'm going to look and see if whether or not Jisoo Kim, I only saw 2 cars go through there, Greg.
I was going to say, Brian, we're going to have to take a look. I just got a call in from corner 3, from turn 3, and it looks like Jisoo Kim spun his car over at turn 3, the yellow number 11 car. We'll see where he ends up. But again, he was sitting in 3rd position. There's Kim now just coming through turn number 7, ahead of that 3rd pack with Privet and Thomas. With Minkin, DeMeo, Privet, and Kirchman. So it looks like Jisoo Kim, who unfortunately just has not had the most consistent of races, I think, since the start of the season, now finds him back a very distant, it looks like a distant 5th position right now.
And now with having to sit there and having that delay, he's going to be under some heavy battle here coming up soon with Steve Mincon and
Nick DeMeo.
They're going to start to reel him in because it's going to take a lap for him to get back up and make sure there's nothing on those tires.
Man, we're hearing a lot of scraping. We talked yesterday with some of these cars about the waviness right by the start-finish stand, right at the starting line, going down into the braking zone of turn 1. And we're hearing the scraping again, this time from the 51 car of Eric Prepsius. I don't know if that's a ride height, possibly a ride height issue, or maybe set up a little bit softer than some of the other cars right now.
Yeah, again, I think the word we used yesterday was porpoising.
Porpoising,
so
yes.
We're gonna bring that out again today. Porpoising in some of these, because you've got some of those waves, right at the start-finish line. You got the timing line in there, and then as you get going down into just past the 400-foot mark, Greg.
All right, as our leaders, the 55 of Sam Schechter, followed closely by Mac Harrison, come across the start-finish line to start lap number 10. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid for race group number 4, that's Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please start coming to the grid. Race group 4, Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please start heading to the grid.
So our leaders now start to head over the hill in turn 5. Again, they're starting to open up just a little bit more. And now that John Hall, Kyle Robertson battle that we saw early on, Greg, that was starting to reel the leaders in, that has now opened up. And now Kyle Robertson is leading over John Hall by about 10 car lengths there. So John Hall probably not able to get through turns 2, 3, and 4 there.
And things really starting to stretch out here, Brian, a little bit further back in the field. As we've now got, looks like Ackley and Welling quite a bit further back here as our leaders come up over the crest of turn 1. And our new 3rd place runner, Kyle Robertson, in that 25 machine here. He's kind of in a little pocket by himself, Brian. He's got John Hall, Jisoo Kim a little bit further back. And as we're now halfway through this race, Jisoo Kim, he's been starting to make up some ground on John Hall. That last time by 2 seconds faster than the orange 71 machine.
I'm wondering if John's having an issue of some sort because, again, he's even dropped further back off of the Kyle Robertson, or may have gotten in the wrong line at some point, trying to in either an entry or an entry or an exit.
Right.
Which that kind of separated them out. To see when he comes back by through. But yeah, you're right. I mean, other than Mac Harrison and Sam Schechter, everybody else seems to be spreading out further and further. Completed as here comes our leaders now. They're going to go around the 32 there of the Tristan Welling machine.
Yeah, and I think as they go through our Soul Gen 2 machine, that has given a bit of an advantage to Mac Harrison, yesterday's winner in that silver number 30. And as they crest over the top of the hill in turn 1, we have a new leader. So move Sam Schechter in the 55, that light blue machine, now back into 2nd place. Kyle Robertson a very distant third at this point, about 20 car lengths back. Then John Hall, Jisoo Kim just ran his fastest lap of the race, and he picks up another 0.6 of a second on John Hall. So again, starting to close things down, but that margin right now still close to 5 seconds, still about 25 car lengths. He's got a long way to go.
Yeah, a long way to go to get back there. Heading up out of turn 7 now. And it looks like, I'm not sure, somebody did a complete 360 there or got almost into a 180 heading up to turn 7. I'm going to have to look. That may have been John Hall. It looked like an orange machine here on the camera. Looks like that right rear stepped out and hit that dirt and then able to get almost to a 180 before collecting it back up. So we'll have to see. Here goes our leaders. Here comes Kyle Robertson. Here comes John Hall. Let's see the gap between him and Jisoo Kim, because it was a little bit bigger than that last time by. So now it's 4.6 seconds. So we'll have to look and see whether or not that closes, but it does look like that may have been John Hall being able to collect that and get that going.
All right, and Brian, just for all of our viewers at home, I've just gone and turned off our view for that final light bulb camera. We haven't had it working now, I think, the entire race. If we see it come back to life, we'll definitely re-enable it. Again, our apologies here, but great racing as we expected here in Spec Racer Ford, as we now have 10 laps remaining. Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please start coming to the grid. Race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please head to the grid now. Your race is next.
Look, we'll pick up our leaders. Here they come. They're coming down the front stretch here across the start-finish line. Sam Schechter points his nose out to the right. Greg, let's see if he's able to get that pass done. It looks like he's going to be able to make that and overtake that. Let's see if he can complete the pass. And it doesn't look like Mac Harrison's going to give it up. So whoever gets to turns 2 and 3, relatively easier, is going to be a problem.
Yeah, look like Schechter had a great run in the draft, pulled to the inside. Harrison not able to lock down that inside quite enough, but it hurt the exit speed of Schechter just enough that Harrison was able to hold off on the outside. As we take a look now as they come down turn 5.
And it does look like Sam Schechter was able to make that pass stick at some point in between those S's up there, Greg. So Sam Schechter right now is your leader over Mac Harrison. Mac Harrison, though, right there on that back gearbox of Sam Schechter. Great, see, getting ready to come up through turn 7 already. Now they should be entering into the center of the light bulb at this point. We'll take a look, and here comes the Phil Ackley machine. So we should be seeing our leaders coming down the front stretch here momentarily, and here they come right now. And it is Sam Schechter, and I don't even want to say a car like now. It looks like Mac Harrison's going to try that same move, Greg.
He is, and we had the 55 machine over about 3/4 of the way to driver's right, really holding off Mac Harrison. Schechter moved over back to the left, right around the start-finish line. That opened up the gap. That opened up the space for the 30. The 30 kept going straight, was able to outbrake the 55 and retake the lead.
Is that one of those anything you can do, I can do better?
That's
exactly
may be
what it was. We have one car coming down on pit road. That looks like that's going to be the 32 of Tristan Welling. So it looks like his day is going to be done.
Yeah, and that is our sole Gen 2 machine with a 1.9 liter iron block Ford Escort motor. He comes onto the pit lane, comes to a stop, and I'm seeing a lot of brake dust, but he's got his crew member, I think, going over there to now take some tire pressures.
Yeah, I came in, shut it off. They were talking on the radio. I'm not sure what they're looking at here, but nobody's making a move. So.
Yeah, they're not looking very intently at this point, Brian. All right, so our leaders now again side by side as they come underneath the starter bridge. Again, the 55 machine of Schechter to the inside driver's right. He's going to draft past Mac Harrison, and so another change in the lead here in Spec Racer Ford as they come out of turn 1. And it looked like Harrison took a quick look down to the inside, going into 2 to driver's right, not able to get quite close enough. We'll see if he tries to stay alongside him, going through 3 and 4 down the hill to 5.
Yeah, Sam Sector went completely full send. It looks like Tristan Welling is going to call it a day. They're going to send him back behind the wall, so he's going to go back to the paddock. But one of the other things I want to watch here, Greg, is we talked about Jisoo Kim and John Hall. Last time, a couple laps ago, it was about 3.5 to 4 seconds. Jisoo Kim now is dropped that to just over 1 second in time. So.
Yeah, it is getting very, very close as Kim on the last run around was almost a half a lap, or probably a half a second faster than John Hall. And here come our leaders down the front straight. And now perhaps with the biggest lead of the day, Brian, Sam Schechter with, I'd say probably about 6 car lengths under braking, but it's pretty apparent to me. Mac Harrison carries a lot more speed through turn 1. We noticed that when they went through there side by side just a couple laps ago. And back in that battle right now, just off the podium for 4th, Jisoo Kim again taking out now 0.7 of a second on John Hall's advantage. The gap between the orange machine of John Hall, the 71, the yellow machine of Jisoo Kim, the 11, only about a car length and 3/4, car length and a half. As we just had somebody go for a Mr. Toad's wild ride out of turn 1.
I think that may have been the 14 of Kevin Silver. Maybe. Or Phil Ackley, one of the two. It had a 4 and a 1. I'm not sure which one it was, but it definitely wasn't Kevin Silver because here he comes right now. So it definitely was the 41 of Philip Ackley. But he was able to continue on. Just wanted to go over there and see if the groundhog was still hanging out over there
that's
today.
right.
Wanted to maybe go over there and see if he had some lunch.
All right, and the 30 machine closing things down a little bit this time, about 2 lengths back from the blue 55 of Sam Schechter as they came across the line. But here we go, Brian. Look at this. This is Jisoo Kim now right to the back of John Hall. They split the 41 machine of Phil Ackley underneath the start-finish stand and then continued up the hill. They also, I think, got around Eric Prepsius.
That's Melanie
That's
Meckel.
Melanie Meckel that they got by on the exit of turn number 1. But good on Phil Ackley holding his ground there so that those other 2 drivers could overtake him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, a driver we haven't spoken about here in the last several laps with 5 laps to go is Kyle Robertson. Watching Schechter and Harrison go battling it side by side going into turn 1. That's actually bringing Kyle Robertson back into the fray here because now he's only 2.9 seconds back as he was almost 3.5 to almost 4 seconds back. Here
All right.
comes Prepsius now.
Yeah, and here, there's Prepsius with the number 14 machine of Kevin Silbert very close behind. And Silbert that last time was about a second off of Prepsius' times. But here we go, side by side, our leaders come underneath the starter bridge. Once again, the 55 of Schechter, drivers right, Mac Harrison, the silver 30, drivers left as they crest over the top of the hill, still locked side pod to side pod, Brian, as they head down to the S's in turns 3 and 4.
I didn't think that was possible. I thought one of them would have to give there, but they didn't. They're proving everybody wrong that you can go too wide in through 1. You can get back in line. I don't think that's going to be the case going through turns 2 and 3 and then up in through 4 as we look at our cameras here. And it look like now Schechter's going to lead over Mac Harrison. But as I talked about, Greg, you've got Kyle Robertson back into the fold right there with them going side by side through at least 2, maybe even 3.
That's right. And for those of you that are watching on our stream, you'll notice that Kyle Robertson, his last time, he is in green. That shows that it is his fastest lap of the race, where he ran a 1:13.215. That was 0.3 more, almost 0.4 of a second faster than Schechter and Harrison were running. And I guarantee you that extended period of time side by side up through turn 1, we're going to see a very large delta once again as Robertson tries to close in. As once again, it is Schechter to drivers left, Schechter to drivers right, Harrison to drivers left, and that time up the hill, Brian, Sam Schechter with maybe a half a car length advantage, and he slots right across the 30, coming over the crest of the hill.
Yeah, definitely Sam Schechter holding his line all the way through there and sending Mac Harrison just a little bit wider than I think he wants to be on entry last time by, I did notice that Mac Harrison's nose started to twitch a little bit, getting a little loose on that front end.
That's right. All right, Brian, with now 3 laps remaining, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Third call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, Spec Miata, SMT, and SM2. Please head to the grid.
Tell you what, Greg, as you were making that announcement, I was watching up coming through turn 7 in Kyle Robertson, who we've been talking about the last several laps. He's the closest he's been to that lead pack now, and here they come out of. He is almost right there with them, and again, they're going to go side by side every lap. They've been doing this on full send by both drivers now. Now they get in single file. I think Mac Harrison thought better of that, didn't want to take that chance. So they head over down through turn 1, coming up on turn 2 and turn 3, but Kyle Robinson right there in that draft. These cars are very aero dependent, and you're gonna need a drafting partner.
And you know, two cars side by side ahead of you is a lot better for the draft than one car directly ahead of you. And Kyle Robertson that last time by 0.8 of a second faster than our 2 leaders.
Yeah.
And he is closing quickly. But we also saw there where Sam Schechter, the last, I guess, 3 laps now, has been very confident of that entry from driver's right, and he has been protecting the inside line quite a bit, pretty much betting on the fact that Mac Harrison can't overtake him from the outside.
Yeah, clearly making that, staying and holding his line there through the center, or coming out onto the front stretch through the center of the racetrack and holding it. Here they come again as they're coming down now, and now Schechter's where he needs to be. Mac Harrison with 2 to go here. Now he's got the inside line, but Sam Schechter is going to take it on the outside. And then as anybody's calling, it looks like both of them may have gone
both of them went off, Brian.
at some point. Yeah, but they both collect it. Again, Kyle Robertson's got to be sitting there going, thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you. As we are now working lap number 21 of 22, white flag in the air. And that last time, Mac Harrison was to the inside, and Schechter was to the outside. And let's see as they come down the hill. Again, side by side, lots of overlap there, Brian.
Yeah, I tell you what, again, Kyle Robertson sitting there thinking, thank you. Because as they get through 7, we'll see Kyle Robertson's there. He may be the car in the driver's seat, Greg, because coming out of the light bulb, he's going to be able to get a huge draft. And who is he going to go with? Or does he take it and take a chance on staying driver's left and go 3 wide?
The difference is in Spec Miata, you could actually bump a car past. I don't think you want to do that in Spec Racer Fords. There may not be enough room for him to sneak by on either side. We'll see here as they come out of the light bulb. It is the 55 of Sam Schechter leading. Mac Harrison makes a quick move to the inside at the checker, but is not able to get by. Mac Harrison wins yesterday, but in the feature today, Sam Schechter is your winner with Harrison second, and finishing in third, only 0.7 back, is Kyle Robertson. In the battle for 4th, Jisoo Kim gets around John Hall. Kim will finish in 4th. Hall will finish 5th. And then we've got Steve Mincon in the number 99 machine. He will finish in 6th. Mike Thomas in the 54. He will finish in 7th. Nick DeMeo, driving the number 9 machine, will finish in 9th. And Tom Kirchman, who at one point had been as high as 6th position, he will finish as he comes now down across the stripe. He will finish in 10th position in that yellow number 62 machine. Whew. And Brian, coming out of the light bulb, we were all thinking we were going to see this side-by-side fight between Schechter and Harrison. And Schechter, great line out of the light bulb, was able to hold off that number 30 machine exactly when he needed to for the last, I'd say, about 3,000 feet.
Yeah, I tell you what, I don't think that Mac Harrison got the run he wanted to out of the light bulb, and ended up having to just stay in between, because if not, he would have lost second he would have lost second place there to Kyle Robertson. That's how close it was.
All right, Brian, I've just been given word that the 5-minute warning for our next group has been given on the grid. And so our Spec Miatas, they're going to be rolling off next. But let's do this. For our voices' sake, let's take a quick break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the coverage here this weekend from New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Lightning Circuit for the May Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
And welcome back to the Lightning Circuit for the May Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA along with Ciocca Corvette with special guests, U.S. Touring Car Championship Spec Corvette, the Northeast Divisional Road Racing Series, which, Brian, by the way, 10th anniversary of the Native Road Racing Series. And, of course, this is part of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series as well. As we've got our next feature race heading out on track, it is Spec Miata. We had 29 cars, set qualifying times. As you can hear those little Miatas making a lot of noise right in front of us, heading down the pit lane for their pace lap. Let's run down, Brian, the top 15. Starting 15th, driving the number 151 machine. He's actually our sole, one of our two, SM2 drivers. He's from West Caldwell, New Jersey. It's Steve Bacacci. Starting 14th. In the number 11 Spec Miata, and all the remaining drivers are from racing in Spec Miata. From Newark, Delaware, it's Kurt Laumeister. Starting 13th, driving the number 54 machine from Owings Mills, it's Michael Cohen. Peter Seabrook will start 12th. He's driving the number 18 car, and he's from Bridgeton, New Jersey. Starting 11th, driving the number 44 Spec Miata from Durwood, Maryland, it's Kip Gaynor. John Jenkins will start 10th. He is driving the number 195 car. He's from New York, New York. Oakland, New Jersey's Michael Lamena will start 9th today in the number 88 car, while Ted Cahall's driving the 78. He's from Christiansburg, Virginia, and starts 8th. Bill Gartner will start 7th today. He's driving the number 23 machine. He's from Wyomissing, Pennsylvania. And Robert Cahall will start 6th. He's from Gurnee, Illinois, and driving the 08 machine, starting 5th. Driving the 127 car from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, Jared Odrick, starting 4th. Thomas Paulino, driving the number 34 machine. He's from Colts Neck, New Jersey, while Doug Ahn, who starts 3rd today in the number 100 car, he is from Brooklyn, New York, and your front row. Driving the number 63 Spec Miata from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, John Hotz, and driving the number 69 car from Darnestown, Maryland, with a qualifying time of 1:17.093. It's Jeremy Butts. And getting word now, Brian, that the lights are out on the pace cars. The tail end of our field now making its way through turn 7, heading over towards the light bulb.
Yeah, our winner yesterday, John Hotz, Greg, as we saw yesterday, pretty much ran away with that race. Got to, that's timing. But Jeremy Butts did not win SM yesterday.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was
John Hotz ran away by about 14 seconds. So, yeah, those results aren't right.
Yeah, I think we're looking at qualifying. Yeah, that's actually, they're showing qualifying times, not finishing order there. All right, the Ciocca Corvette pace car, Brian, beautiful, bright red Corvette, pulling into the pit lane now. Starters looking over the field. We've got Butts to driver's right to the inside, Hotz to the outside, drivers left, and they are underway. Green flag is in the air. We even have 3 cars wide in some places, jumping up over the curb. Looks like Mike LaMena trying to make up positions there from 9th, the 88 car, taking all the curbing at the apex of 1.
Talk about wanting to take a shortcut there. But I tell you what, Jeremy Butts, John Hotz, side by side. Again, those two, lot of racing against each other. They'll get it worked out. They'll start to work together and start pulling away. As they come up over the hill and down to turn 5 for the very first time, it does look like it's going to be John Hotz, Greg, out in front over Jeremy Butts and Douglas Ahn. So we're going to have to see how far and how long John Hotz will extend that lead, if at all, with those two working together.
So Brian, I'm having a bit of a flashback here from the Summit Point Majors that we started the season off this year. Melissa Introne, who is the wife of Steve Introne, our reigning B-Spec national champion. And she was very, very involved with this race, watching in the chat. All she said was, "Please, more Butts and Hotz, or more Hotz and Butts."
Hotz and Butts.
Hotz and Butts. That's what.
That sounds like a good barbecue place.
That's right, or at least a barbecue sauce. Yeah. As our leaders now coming down the front straight towards turn 1, and it is John Hotz in that white number 63 machine. He has now opened up a 7-car length advantage over Jeremy Butts, and then we've got Thomas Paolino, the number 34 car. He has got Robert Cahall, Ted Cahall, Bill Gartner, and John Jenkins in very close proximity. Michael LaMena, for all his protestations there at the start, trying to make up ground by shortcutting the run to 3. He is still sitting in 8th place. No jacket's going to save you from a start like that, Brian. And Douglas Ahn running in 9th with Kip Gaynor rounding out your top 10 right now.
I tell you what, Greg, one of the cars I'm going to reach out here to and I'm going to touch base on is the 23 of Bill Gartner. So he passed 2 cars, and I believe it was the Robert Cahall and the Ted Cahall, the Cahall brothers. I think going into turn 1, I want to see when they come out of the light bulb and whether or not they come through. As it now looks like we may have our camera.
We may have it back here. Let's try and bring it back up and see.
Here comes Hotz. So evidently I see cars now. So here comes Hotz. Here comes Butts. And then, obviously, that's Douglas Ahn. But going through turn 1, Bill Gartner, he turned around and passed both of the Cahall brothers. He carries such a tremendous amount of speed in certain sections. And sure enough, here he comes, because he is right behind Thomas Paolino now in that 4th position. Yes. So that 23 Miata is carrying a ton of speed from 1 all the way through till turn 5.
All right, another driver making a great move. John Jenkins in the 195 machine comes up right up alongside Robert Cahall as they come into turn 1. We've got a driver on the pit lane right now. This is the 18 machine, Brian. That is Peter Seabrook as he pulls down, talks to some of our pit workers, and it looks like he's heading back out.
Actually, it looks like it was the front, either the front clips that hold the hood down popped up, and he saw that and came down and got that put in. So they were able to help him and back out. So he's going to be about a half a lap down as he just now crosses the hill to turn 1, as now our leaders are all going through turn 7 right now. So about half a track down, but he should be able to work out. He's got a long way to go here with 20 laps. Should be able to work his way back up in there. Yeah.
and better to have 20 or 22 laps here with be able to see out the front windshield certainly.
Yeah, that is not good when your hood pops up.
Yeah, definitely not. All right, John Hotz again continuing to stretch out his advantage as he crosses under the starter stand to complete lap number 3, puts almost another 0.4 of a second on Jeremy Butts, but right back behind Butts. The battle for third, Tom Paolino in the number 34 machine. He's got Gartner, who we were talking about just a little while ago, in that number 23 car, the blue 23. But Cahall and Jenkins, as well as LaMena, are all right there. Bring Robert Cahall dropping now back to 8th position here, Brian, as he has lost a couple of spots. He was locked in with his brother, Ted, in 6th. He now falls back into 8th position. Kip Gaynor making up 2 positions. But I think the big thing that we should be looking at here, Brian, Douglas Ahn, who started on the inside of row number 2, he now finds himself all the way back in 10th position. Getting word from race control that he had a very long off over coming out of turn number 5, just out of our view.
Maybe tried to go in there and reset our camera over there, which we didn't need him to do.
Yeah, thank you, though, Doug. We really appreciate that.
Yeah, here comes John Hotz again, opening up by, last time by was 1.8 seconds, but here comes the line of cars. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Yeah, as we come by, it is, as we mentioned, Paolino, Gartner, Cahall, Jenkins, Mike LaMena now moving up to 7th, then Doug On. On got around Robert Cahall and Kip Gaynor, so move on up to 8th. But we got Cahall, we've got Gaynor, and Michael Cohen joining that little fight as well. So a fight right now for 3rd position that is 8 cars long.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle all the way to the end. Again, 18 laps to go. This is far from over from anywhere. We talked about Peter Seabrook now, comes and gets that hood. He's gone by the 112 of Monica Stevens, so able to catch up to her, and gone by Terry Fisher in that 111 machine. So able to get back into some of the racing action as all of our cars here coming out of turn 5 now. Our leaders now heading up into turn 7 and turn 8. Here comes John Hotz out of the light bulb. Again, starting to open up. Last time by was 1.8. I mean, time before that, 1.8. Now 2.3 over Jeremy Butts. It's going to be even bigger than that. But the battle on the racetrack, Greg, is the Paolino, Gartner, Cahall, Ted Cahall, John Jenkins, Michael LaMena, and now Douglas On in that, catching up to that group.
Yeah, and the 23 of Jenkins, that blue 23, tucked right up underneath Tom Paolino. But here's the hard charger right now, Brian. John Jenkins in the 195. He was a little bit off of his previous best this last time by, but on the previous lap, John Jenkins set fast lap of the race at a 118 flat. He was a full second off of that this time by, but I think that was primarily because of the group of cars that were directly in front of him. But that 195 machine, he started in 10th position. He's now up at the 5th.
Yeah, getting it through there, and like you said, you get into a group of cars that way, and that draft really helps you. Here's what I'm a little bit impressed with. So he's run 5 laps, and this is not good for the rest of the field. John Hotz runs the fastest time of the race at under 18 seconds flat, all by himself. Starting to stretch that. It's about 3 seconds now over Jeremy Butts. But let's pick up our 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars because they're starting to play away. Oh, and Thomas Paolino sideways coming out of the light bulb as the rest of the cars start to maneuver and go around him. Here comes the 23 machine. That is Bill Gartner along with the 195, Jenkins and Douglas On.
And 195 car gets around the 23 car. Doug On gets around the 23 machine as well. So just with having Paolino take that long run has really upset the apple cart here with our top 5.
Now we'll have to see the other car that is involved with that Thomas Paolino spin is going to be Michael LaMena. He has not come across the start-finish line either. Here it looks like they maybe I see a roof, but it looked like it, but it is not. So I have yet to see either one of those 2 cars, Greg. Thomas Polino or Michael Lamena. And Polino was right in between everything. So it looks like you're getting the call across the radio now, but looks like Thomas Polino did spin coming out of the light bulb just before the front stretch started. And I think with that group of cars, the 88 machine had really nowhere to go.
All right, so getting word right now, the 34 machine, window net is down, driver is looking to get out of the car. The 89 of
88
Lamena,
88.
Probably the 88 of Lamena had a rub with the Armco over there, but the driver is out of the car and over the wall. Brian, real quick here, as we've got 15 laps to go, let's make a call to the grid for our next race. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That is our big bore group with our special guest Spec Corvette and USTCC. Race group number 5. Big bore, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
And Greg, the 23 of Bill Gardner, I was going to say, the last time by, I saw John Jenkins and Douglas on, and you had Bill Gardner there. It looks like something broke in the back end. It does look like the exhaust may be hanging down a little bit lower than normal. It seems like it was, banging a little bit.
All right, Brian, we are going to a full course caution here at the Lightning Circuit. As we're going to be sending, I think we're going to be sending some teams over to help retrieve some of those cars over in the light bulb. And as you mentioned, the 23 machine going back. And when the 23 machine headed into turn 1, we saw that 195 of Jenkins, and we saw the other machine that we saw go by, Douglas on in the 100 car, were able to both go very quickly by here. And looks like another driver that's having some issues, some mechanical issues with their car, had pulled over driver's left and tried to let some
That's
cars.
That's the 127, I believe. That's Jared Odrick. He was driver's left in the grass, and as the other cars came through to pick up the double yellow, he made a right-hand turn trying to get down to the pit lane.
And there were cars there.
Yeah, there was cars there. So,
yeah, it looks like Jared Odrick, who had been running in the top 10. He is now, he wasn't in the top 10. He was down around 15th position. He is going to retire his car as well. So if we take a look here, Brian, as we are under full course caution, it's John Hotz, your leader, Jeremy Butts, and this is probably the best thing that Jeremy Butts could have asked for, because he's going to be right. Jeremy Butts going to be right on the back of Mr. Hotz. John Jenkins and Doug On, who have been very, very strong the last couple of laps, they are going to be back in the thick of this fight with Robert Cahall, Kip Gaynor, Ted Cahall, Steve Ficacci, who is our lead SM2 car, and let's see, and Monica Stevens, our only other SM2 car, currently running 26th overall. But great run for Steve Ficacci with Michael Cohen and Jonathan Cavell rounding out your top 10.
Well, this ought to be good for Melissa Introne, because now she's going to get a handful of Hots and Butts.
That's right. All in one place and all within inches of one another. Yeah, exactly. Gosh, I hope she's watching.
Or listening, because that just went a long way right there.
Yeah, yes, it did. Oh, my.
We have lost control.
Yeah. Yes, I think we have. All right, so we've got 14 laps remaining. And on the clock, we've got plenty of time on the clock here. These races scheduled to go in upwards of 40 minutes or 22 laps, whichever come first.
Take a look at the camera here. I do believe the first car may be I think the leader did pick, or the pace car did pick up Hotz, but I think the car that's technically sitting in second, and I don't know what they would do with that, is the 112 of Monica Stevens.
Well,
I think that's where they would start. There's a few cars in between Hotz and Hotz and Butts. So.
That is the wonders of SCCA road racing.
So they picked Monica up first. I'm not surprised they don't send her around.
They should wave her by.
Yeah, I would
to put her to the back of the field. But John Hotz is the second car in line. Then you've got the 111 machine of Terrence Fisher, exactly, yeah. And then you have Jeremy Butts. Now, again, there's nothing wrong with having that 111 machine there. The safety car should be picking up the lead car, which
Yeah.
is the 63.
Yeah, so in what I understand, they should send her around,
Right.
leave Fisher where he is.
Correct.
It'll be Hotz, then Fisher, then Butts.
Right.
But there'll be a car in between your first and second place car.
Yeah, and I could make more comments about that, but
How do we get Terry involved in this Hotz and Butts conversation? Right in between both of them.
oh my.
Got a handful again. We have lost control.
We have.
We need
All
to
right.
get back to
Well,
Green
if you like what you're watching, but not necessarily what you're seeing, if you could go ahead, we'd ask all of you, please go ahead and give Brian and I a thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed to the Washington, D.C. region SCCA's YouTube channel, please do. Here, very quickly, I'm going to show you the, whoops, that is the wrong schedule. I want to show you what's coming up here over the course of the year. In June, we're going to be at Summit Point Raceway for the next Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event. We'll then be back here in New Jersey for the Thunderbolt Majors. And then, as you can see, the rest of the schedule there. We'll be next after Thunderbolt back to New Jersey back in August for the Devil in the Dark 12-hour.
Yeah.
Brian. But if you like what you're hearing, it's going to help both the South Jersey region of the SCCA and also the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA and the SCCA as a whole. The more information or the more people will watch these races. So let's get back to the action over here.
Tell you what, Greg, wouldn't be surprised if we don't go green this time by. Although I haven't seen any tow trucks come in yet or not. So here comes the 112. So it does look like they did send her around. So they're going to send her all the way back around.
And we've got the safety car now bringing the field through the light bulb.
Yeah. So we have Monica going to go all the way around, pick up the back end of the field. So we may end up going one more lap here under the double yellow.
And the lights are still on the
yeah.
safety car.
Yep. So we're going to go at least one more lap here. And then we should be getting back to green. They should be able to get it. It looks like they may be looking to get the Polino and the
LaMena
machine
maybe
out
behind
of
the
there.
wall.
Yeah, something either behind the wall and then get it after the session is over or pick them up. I haven't seen any of the tow trucks come through onto pit lane, but I venture to say that they will get them out and get them onto safety. Shauna LaMena here is right now sitting in 17th position. So, again, big move up from there as she started 24th. I know yesterday morning had some transponder issues, wasn't picking it up, got in the race, got into, some of the, here comes our vehicles now, at least one of them. Here comes, I believe that's
the Paulino car.
Yeah, so we'll see where the other one is, the LaMena machine. And maybe that drove back through and we missed it already. But, again, had some transponder issues, so, pretty much relegated her back to starting in the back there with that 120.3 that she was able to lay down there actually in the heat race, so they missed some of her qualifying times. But, again, all the way up into 17th, so a good 7-position increase right there. So.
All right, looks like the 112 car, she's doing her best to get to the back of the field. I think the field coming through turn 5. She's coming through turn 1 now. She ought to be, I think, probably towards the back of the field by the time we go back to green flag racing.
Yeah, I think by the time they get through 7 and start to move up in towards 8, she should be catching that back end. So it could be that and there's nothing really what's really bad, Greg, is there's nothing worse than being waved around. I've been there before. I think we all have had that. You get waved around the pace car where that picks up because you're about to get lapped at that point. You've got to come all the way around. The minute you get caught back up, the next thing you know, you got to get hard on the brakes, and then the green comes back out.
That's
and
right.
So you're on the brake and then green again, and it really makes it. So you really want to try to time it as best you can so that you're going green, because then you've got that back end of the field. Now you have a chance to go by them.
That's right. And I've just gotten word from race control that we will be going back to green flag racing this next time by.
All right. So let's see, how long is it going to take Jeremy to get around that 111th of Terry Fisher in order to catch back up to John Hotz here. John's going to be the first one that's going to take that green, so we'll have to see. Here comes our pace car now.
Back onto the pit lane, turning the field back over to the John Hotz, and the green flag is in the air, and we're back to racing here in New Jersey. And interestingly enough, Terrence Fisher followed the pace car down the pit lane But Jeremy Butts, at the time the green flag came out, Brian, Jeremy Butts was almost 15 car lengths back from John Hotz. And I don't know what the reason for that was.
So I'll tell you what, great move by Terry Fisher. He hasn't, we talked about this yesterday, he has never run a Mazda Miata at all.
Right.
He came from the Formula V side, national champion here in New Jersey, multiple time in the Formula V class. Thought better of it, knew that there was a huge line back there, got out of it, came down pit road, and let everybody go by. So once that went all the way by, then he was able to come and get to, get back in there. But what that did is that kind of put Jeremy Butts in a position of, at what point do I go?
Right. Exactly. What
Yep.
and he was, like I said, on the back foot almost immediately with John Hotz with one heck of an advantage as we watch now as the field is coming through the light bulb. And let's see what Hotz is able to do with that. He is back to, looks like almost the start of the race, Brian. He now has about a 10 car length advantage. And just as we suspected, we've got the 100 of On and the 195 of Jenkins bump drafting all the way down the front straight, trying to close things up on Jeremy Butts. And that last time by, Jenkins and On right within about a tenth or so of Jeremy Butts' times.
I tell you what, here's another driver to look out for. We watched a lot of video last night. Evidently, he must have listened to everything we said.
Everything.
Sitting back, taking it. Kip Gaynor started 11th all the way up into 6th at this point. So good run by Kip Gaynor, starting to take that in there right behind Robert K. Hall in that 08 machine. Looks like we had somebody kind of going through turn 3 and turn 4, really kicking up a lot of dust right there. We'll see whether or not that individual is able to come out. We'll be able to probably get a call on the radio, but definitely somebody went off. What probably looks like it was able to continue. I don't see where anybody is, still be sitting there.
All right, as we've got the field now making its way through the light bulb. And again, you can see that huge advantage that John Butts has opened up.
John Hotz.
John Hotz, pardon me.
You got them mixed. There you go,
there
Melissa.
We go.
He's got them first and last name.
That's right. I thought she had trouble. But the 195 of Jenkins, the 100 of On, they are closing things down on Jeremy Butts. That last time by a couple of hundredths of a second faster than the 69 machine.
Give Kip Gaynor 5th place. Great full send. Makes that pass over Robert K. Hall going into turn 1. Down over the hill. We'll see whether or not he's able to make that stick as they go through turns 3 and 4 as they get to the top of the hill, turn 5, Greg.
All right, and another neat little battle, and this is a little bit further back in the field, Brian, that I've been watching. That was Brian Hune in the 122 car and Jessica Sullivan in the number 40 machine. Hune and Sullivan both racing in SM, 22nd and 21st and 22nd overall. Brian Hune for years raced a Formula 500 here in the Northeast Division and nationally. Both he and his wife, both in Formula 500s, I think driving Red Devils, and he has now recently moved over in the Spec Miata. And we, as you would expect, moving from a car like that to a Spec Miata, a very difficult transition. But again, he and Jessica Sullivan, great little fight going on right now on track.
Yeah, both Brian and Valerie in this race. Here comes our leaders. I tell you what, the 195 John Jenkins and the 100 of Douglas On, I have a feeling they're going to reel in Jeremy Butts for that second position here. Kip Gaynor moved all the way up into 5th place now. He's starting to pull away from Robert K. Hall and Ted K. Hall, along with the 151 of Steve Triatti.
All right, Brian, real quick, as we've got 8 laps remaining here in Spec Miata, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Big Bore American Sedan GT classes T2, T3, and T1. Spec Corvette, USTCC. I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody. But if you're in group number 5, doesn't really matter. If you're in group 5, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Tell you what, give a shout out here, Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen starting 13th all the way up to 9th right now. Ran his fastest lap of the race on the last time by, 119.778. That is That is faster, not as fast as what he did yesterday during the heat 15-lap sprint race. So we'll see whether or not it looks like he was back on the bumper of the 151 last time by.
All right. And here we go. This great battle here. And look at this. The number 44 machine of Kip Gaynor with the 08 of Robert Cahall. And then we got Ted Cahall very close behind in the number 78 machine, along with Steve Ficacci, our SM2 leader, just ran his fastest lap of the race. Michael Cohen in the 54 machine just ran his fastest lap of the race as well. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars all battling it out right now for 5th overall. And as you were talking about, Kip Gaynor, moving up now all the way up to 5th position here, making up 6 positions on the start of this race.
Greg, one of the things that, we've talked about all weekend long, with the dirt that's just off the edge of these rumble strips here and some of these exits or some of these entries, what's going to end up happening, we keep running into those with these cars. It's going to start to put a divot or a groove in there. And then as we go through later in this day, with as much races as we still have left, the ones coming after it, to start putting those divots in there, it's going to cause a little bit of an issue. So we've got to make sure that we're, as drivers, we've got to be careful, but we've got to push the limits as best we can.
Yes, indeed.
Again, talked about that Jeremy Butt sitting in second place. John Jenkins, Douglas on. That's down to 9/10 of a second between them two. John Jenkins is 6/10 of a second behind Jeremy Butts, and Douglas on is right there as well. So that's going to be a battle for second place because those two are working together.
Yeah, they knocked out about 0.4 of a second that last time by. And I don't want to say that Jeremy Butts is a sitting duck, and I'm a little surprised that it's taken this long for Jenkins and on after that restart to get to the back of Jeremy Butts, but they are getting there. As I continue to watch this great fight, the 122, Brian, and the 40 machine, Brian Hune and Jessica Sullivan, once again, side by side coming out of the light bulb, going down into turn 1. Great little fight there for 21st.
Yeah, pretty good battle there. Here comes Terry Fisher now coming across the start-finish line. Looks like our leaders are now coming out of the light bulb there. Jeremy Butt's able to get through the back half of this section, Greg, by himself a lot better than John Jenkins and Douglas on. It's where he loses some of that gap is when you come down the front stretch because you've got 2 cars are faster than 1. So Jeremy Butt's able to hold them off really from turns 2 all the way through to the light bulb. Again, now that has dropped back down to 1.2 seconds, back to that last spot on the podium. Our battle for 5th, still Kip Gaynor leading, Robert Cahall, Ted Cahall, Steve Ficacci, and Michael Cohen. Again, all those guys nose to tail as they head up over turn 1, down through turns 2 and 3, getting ready to come up over the hill for turn 4. Our leader, John Hotz, now at the bottom of turn 5, headed up underneath the bridge there for turn 6 and 7. Looks like we may have had one car got at least 2 tires off on the right side. Looks like everybody's able to continue. Here's the battle for 5th, going through turn 5 at the base, heading up under the hill to turn 7, and that is still led by Kip Gaynor. Take a look back here. We'll wait for that 21st position between Jessica Sullivan and Brian Hune. They should be coming across the start-finish line in a minute. Terrence Fisher now going across the start-finish line now, so they should be right behind it, whether or not they got that battle sorted out. Here comes John Hotz. Here comes Jeremy Butts.
And it looks like that battle that we've been watching a little further back might have just been broken up just a little bit. But as a matter of fact, now Douglas on in the 100 car has started to lose touch just a little bit with John Jenkins in the 195 just ahead. That might give a little bit of comfort to Jeremy Butts, but that last time, Jenkins a tenth of a second faster than John Butts, as we now have 4 laps remaining here at Lightning in our Spec Miata race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Good little battle for a little bit further back, as we talked about, with the 71 of Ivan Seabrook, the 6 of Shauna LeMain, and the 03 of Jonathan Cavell. I'll tell you what, they were almost going to go 3 wide headed into turn 1, but all 3 of them thought better of it. Here comes the 40 of Jessica Sullivan along with the 122 of Brian Hune. They seem to have spread out a little bit more, Greg. Looking for our leaders here. They're coming up through turn 7. Actually, they're coming through the light bulb now. Our 5th place car is back in turn 7 right now. So John Hotz, next time by, as he crosses the start-finish line, it will be 3 laps to go. We'll have to see whether or not Douglas On and or John Jenkins have anything to catch Jeremy Butts for that 2nd position and battle it out for that last spot on the podium between those two.
And let's take a look. That last time by, Butts opened up a 1/10 of a second on Jenkins, and Jenkins doesn't have he doesn't have his partner there, Doug On, to push him along. All right, coming down the pit lane now is the 111 car of Terrence Fisher, and we'll see here if he's got some crew members taking a look at the car for him. All right, Brian, as we've got now 3 laps remaining, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Big Bore. Please start heading to the grid. Big Bore with Spec Corvette and USTCC drivers. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 5, your race is next.
Tell you what, Greg, last time by when they went over the top of the hill there in turn 1, David Trinder with a lot of lockup on that orange Miata there. That's actually going to help Shauna LaMena as she started to go through and make that pass up over the hill of turn 1 down into turn 2.
Yeah, and Shauna LaMena, who made up another position, she's sitting in 15th now, was really right in the sights, as you mentioned, of Cavill right ahead, and Trinder was starting to fall back just a little bit, but she's in a good little pocket here now with 2 laps remaining as we are winding things here down in Spec Miata, working the penultimate lap.
Yeah, I tell you what, that Douglas On John Jenkins battle, that is gone. That has gone away. Looks like that Douglas On may have gone off somewhere, because when he turned around and came by the start-finish line, the whole side of that car was all brown from dust and dirt, and even on that rear bumper. So at some point, he had to have gone off.
And, of course, that does no good for our 3rd place runner, John Jenkins. He was relying on Douglas On to help push up towards our 2nd place runner, Jeremy Butts. And that last time by, Jeremy Butts runs his fastest lap of the race. Not only that, it was 9/10 of a second faster than John Jenkins, as though we continue this neat little battle here between Brian Hune and Jessica Sullivan, again, side by side on the front straight, as we've got the orange number 39 machine of David Trinder coming down the pit lane, and he's going down and going back to the paddock. So whatever issues he had there, definitely an advantage for Shauna LaMena.
And we are working our final lap here as John Hall and Jeremy Butts have just taken the 1 to go board along with John Jenkins and the 100 of Douglas On. Here comes the battle for 5th. Kip Gaynor, Ted Cahall, Robert Cahall, and then a little bit further back now, Michael Cohen moving up into 8th, getting ahead of the 151 of Steve Facacci.
Yeah, great move there by Cohen. Now we'll take a look here. Here's a little fight coming down the front straight, and it is the number 6 of Shauna LaMena. Brian, is that Shauna LaMena?
That is Shauna LaMena fighting with Ivan Seabrook.
With Ivan Seabrook. That is now the battle for 12th.
Yes.
Because on the previous lap, she had gotten around Jonathan Cavill, and I think Cavill might have had a coming together possibly with Trinder, because we saw Trinder fall all the way back to the back of the pack, and I think he's off track now over.
We had one that just was in our camera. It looks like a red machine. I'm not sure which machine that was, but you can see them trying to come back on, so we'll have to wait and see who that is. They're going to be by themselves. Here comes our leader now for the checker flag, John Hotz, Jeremy Butts. He's got his hand out the window for 2nd. I am not seeing Jenkins, and I'm not seeing Douglas On.
No, not seeing either one of them.
Here comes Douglas On.
There you go, the 100 machine.
There's Jenkins there, so something must have happened back there. Here comes Kip Gaynor. Here comes, and I'm not seeing, here comes, so there must have been some dust up there when we saw some of those guys going off in turn 7.
Yeah, so let's take a look here. John Hotz takes the win. Margin of victory, almost 2.8 seconds over Jeremy Butts. Douglas On, who had, when the last lap started, been running 4th. He'll come home with the bronze, finishing in 3rd. John Jenkins, who had an amazing first couple of laps, worked his way all the way up into the top 3. John Jenkins will finish just off the podium in 4th. Kip Gaynor makes up 6 positions. He'll finish 5th. Ted Cahall 7th. Ted Cahall 6th. Robert Cahall 7th. Michael Cohen 8th. Steve Ficacci, our winner in SM2, will finish 9th overall. Kurt Laumeister will finish in 10th. And here's then where we get to the hard chargers, Brian. Okay, Joe Stadelman finishes 11th, makes up 10 positions in this race. So started 21st, finishes 11th. Ivan Seabrook will hold off Sean Lamena, runs his fastest lap of the race, just what he needed to. On the very last lap, Ivan Seabrook will finish 12th. Sean Lamena makes up 11 positions all the way up to 13th position. So great run for Shauna. Stu Libby in the 188 machine coming in from the Monticello road course. Stu Libby will finish 14th in his first time here in New Jersey. William Kerr will round out the top 15.
Yep. Tell you what, right now, the hard charger, you got to give it to Shauna Lamena, I think, because she made up 11 spots. I don't think anybody else. Kip Gaynor went from 11th to 5th, so that's 6 spots. The Cahall stayed in between there, so that's kind of even. So it's got to be that 11. Michael Cohen started 13th. He ended up finishing 8th, so that's only 5. So, yeah, looking at the board right now, that 11th position pickup is that's quite a bit.
All right, Brian, as John Hotz goes out for his victory lap, let's quickly here, I want to make a quick call here to try and track down a driver, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock with Jared Odrick, driver of Spec Miata number 127. Please report to impound to speak to the stewards. Jared Odrick, driver of Spec Miata number 127. Please report to impound. A couple guys, and not the black jackets, but the white jackets. They want to talk to you. Jared Odrick, please report to impound. All right, Brian, let's take a quick break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors, bringing you all the action here this weekend from the Lightning Circuit at New Jersey Motorsports Park and the May Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the Sports Car Club of America. And we'll be right back.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a 6-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer. volunteer.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Lightning Circuit of New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. Of course, we've got our special guests, two of our special guests in this next race group. You might be able to hear them. It's Spec Corvette and it's the United States Touring Car Challenge USTCC as they are taking to the track mere inches away from Brian's and my tender ears for their 22-lap or 40-minute feature race, whichever comes first. And Brian, we had, I think, 26 drivers set times in qualifying or run in yesterday's sprint race. We're going to give it another half second till they hopefully all go by us. And I think Roger Maeda in the number 22 machine is the last of the bunch. Let's run down the starting order.
Yeah, I tell you what, let's go ahead and just do the top 15 here because we're going to run out of time as we get going through here. So I'm going to start with 15th. We're going to start with the American Sedan. In the number 170 from Manchester, Pennsylvania, that's Jared Licklider. Starting in 14th from Auburn, Pennsylvania, the number 27 in an ITE machine, that's Chuck Burns. Starting in 13th position from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in that GT1 number 43, that's James Benson. Starting in 12th position from Glen Mills, Pennsylvania, the number 66 of Andrew Connor. Starting in 11th position, the number 26 from Wayne, New Jersey, that's Dominic Rizzo. Starting in 10th position from Somerset, New Jersey, the number 92 of John Gatzenmeyer. Starting in the 9th position from Cherry Hill, North Carolina, the 76 of Robert Benson. Starting in the 8th position from Wall, Pennsylvania, in that number 13 Porsche Cayenne S, and that is Coyote Black. Starting in the 7th position from Hamburg, Pennsylvania, the number 89 of Dylan Licklider. Starting in 6th position from Aston, Pennsylvania, the number 63 of Jeffrey Pasquale. Starting in 5th position from Glassboro, New Jersey, in the number 46 Ford Mustang of Alan Phillips. Starting in 4th position, the Malvern, Pennsylvania's Malvern Missile, the number 73 of David Sanders. Starting in the 3rd position from Felton, Delaware, the number 6 of Frank Sanchez. And starting on your front row and starting in the 2nd position from Mountain Lakes, New Jersey, the number 62 of Jonathan Wiseman. And on the pole is Jared Odrick, and then the number 1 from Lebanon, Pennsylvania.
All right, pace car is on the pit lane, and green flag is in the air. Jared Odrick in the number 1 Porsche Cup car jumps out to an early start, gets ahead of the GT4 Club Sport machine, and Jonathan Weissman moves over driver's left and then proceeds to head up the hill into turn 1. Frank Sanchez yesterday had a blazing start in his Lola GTX chassis. Looked like he did as well again here today, Brian, with David Sanders leading Spec Corvette following through in that yellow number 73 machine.
Yeah, David Sanders not sure where Frank Sanchez was going to go there. Had to get out of it, but then got right back in it, and I think Frank let him go, and what that did is that slowed the momentum of Sanchez, especially when he went up over the top of the hill. Now he's got to deal with the Jeffrey Pasquale in the 63, and I think Jeffrey wanted to make a little shout-out here as our leaders are down through turn 5, Greg.
Exactly. Jeff Pascal, former served in the military in Iraq, wanted to send a little shout-out to his former unit, the 399th Combat Support Hospital, here on this Memorial Day weekend. And, Brian, of course, we want to thank all those who served here on this Memorial Day. And good luck to Jeffrey and all of our drivers here this weekend as our lead pack coming down the front straight, completing lap number 1. And it is 3 cars at the front, 2 Porsches and a Corvette. Odrick, Weissman, and David Sanders as Frank Sanchez, much like we saw yesterday, had that blazing opening from that Lola and then fell back a little bit in the field. As Roger Maeda, and here's a great little story here. As long, this is what you get, Brian, when you come out and you miss day 1 and you miss qualifying and you start from the back of the pack and you send me a novel, more or less, on your bio. We've got Roger Maeda. He's driving the number 22 Honda Prelude in the USTCC SP class. Born in Kyoto, he's grown up in northern New Jersey, and it's his 11th year racing here in the SCCA, and really loves the wheel-to-wheel racing, of course. So we'll see how he does. He'd already made up a couple of positions, already had moved up to, I believe, here, actually, I'm trying to find where he was in the field. Actually, I'm looking to see if he's even showing up in timing and scoring. I didn't see him, but we'll
21st
try.
right
21st, there you go. So made up a couple positions. There's Roger. And he's trying to make up ground on Martin Swart in the number 93 machine, his other SP competitor.
Yeah, I tell you what, Greg, I'm going to go back and talk about the Frank Sanchez. So in that Chatham, that 2-liter Ford, he has to get on the brakes just a little bit earlier. He's got Jeffrey Pasquale in that 63. Jeffrey getting right up on that back, and I don't want to say bumper. I'm going to say up into that wing as they go into turn one, because the braking difference is so different that Jeffrey's able to go a little bit deeper, and so he's trying to make that move to the right to get around Frank Sanchez. We're going to see whether or not he's going to be able to do that. I think with the straight line speed, Frank Sanchez is going to be able to pull it out, but I think Pasquale's got that he's definitely got that Corvette ready to go.
Yeah, and it's funny because you'd think about braking capabilities. That little Lola chassis, much lighter than the C5 Corvette that they run in the Spec Corvette Challenge. Yeah. Although there's a good chance that Corvette with quite a bit more horsepower as well. Here, as David Sanders for the second day in a row, speaking of Spec Corvette, has opened up a considerable margin on the other drivers in the class. And you can see here now it is the T2, number 46, that is sitting right back behind Frank Sanchez. That is Alan Phillips in, I think we mentioned this yesterday, Mustang number 2.
Yeah.
And so we've got the 46 machine, and then Dylan Licklider, leading American Sedan, manages to get around the Corvette of Jeffrey Pascal. So Pascal now sitting in 7th position overall. As we've got a car coming down the pit lane, that's Joseph Folia. Not in a Spec Corvette. This is a GT1 Corvette, a third generation C3 Corvette, and he managed to stick it out for the entire race yesterday. Had retired early during qualifying, but he now, after just 3 laps, brings his car back to the pit lane.
Yeah, one of the
things,
just not able to get through the day here. You sit around till 2 o'clock. You go out, you complete 1 lap. It is very frustrating.
All right, and here is, let's take a look here. The Battle of the Mustangs. One is a Touring 2 car. One is an American sedan machine. The 89 Phoenix Performance built American sedan of Dylan Licklider, right on the back of Alan Phillips. Jeffrey Pascal in that red 63 Spec Corvette, hanging right off the back of that driver. And all 4 of them have now set their fastest lap times. And Coyote Black now, and in the USTCC ST class, racing Andrew Connor today. He sets his fastest lap of the race on lap number 4, and he's got between he and Connor 2 Spec Corvettes, an SPO machine, that's Robert Benson's, and also the GT1 machine of James Benson.
Yeah, I got a little bit of gap in between there. Last time by, Coyote able to get a little bit better speed going up into turn 1, so we'll see if he can turn his fastest lap here, maybe go even faster than that 1:14.425 he set last time by. As our leader, Jared Odrick, in that GT2 machine, just ran 109.547. His fastest lap, starting to stretch it out over that GTX machine of Jonathan Wiseman from Mountain Lakes, New Jersey.
And now Jeffrey Pascal trying to come up the inside on the 89 of Licklider and the 46 machine of Alan Phillips. Not able to get by either. And Brian, I'm seeing a bit of white smoke out of the back of the 63 of Pascal, and it's not, I don't think it's brake lockup. It looks, at least on the overrun, that there might be some oil smoke coming out of that Corvette.
Yeah, something coming out. Anthony Pacelli getting over to driver's left here, coming down the front stretch in that Subaru. Coming through, able to continue. He had one of those Corvettes there with him in the Frank Darling Spec Corvette number 82. kind of thought better he'd get out of the way there and ended up moving just a bit too far out there. But that Porsche, Jared Odrick, 109.227, even faster right there. Here comes the other Porsche GT4 of Jonathan Wiseman. He goes by the start-finish line of 111.1. So, again, these two guys doing their fastest laps here after 6 laps. So this race is going to go quick with Jared Odrick and Wiseman putting those laps down, Greg.
All right, so Brian, in the chat here on YouTube, we've got Niox Gaming, and he says he really wishes we could see past position 13 on our live timing and scoring. I totally agree with you. It's amazing what you can get when you don't pay for it here, and meaning us. We don't pay for special timing and scoring software. But Niox Gaming, tell us who you're looking for, who you're trying to track, and we'll fill you in and let you know. Is we've got that Chevy Monza of Benson, the SPO machine, coming down the inside of Dominic Rizzo in the number 26 Spec Corvette, and gets past him going up into turn number 1. And, Benson had a real difficult start to yesterday's race. Actually, he had a great start to yesterday's race. He had a very difficult lap number 2 in yesterday's race, but just love watching that Chevy Monza absolutely just power down the front straight.
Yeah. Tell you what, Greg, 3 cars did not make the start here. Robert Hayshak, Melvin Miller, and Anthony Valente. And I'm looking at the chat. Anthony Valente, well, he's on the chat, and he was on the starting grid, or supposed to be on the starting grid. So,
right.
Anthony, give us an update. Why are you not here?
Why are you not there?
I'd rather you be out on the racetrack than in the chat and watching the stream. But you're right. Let's go Turf Trade Mustang. That's the Mustang 2 of Alan Phillips there.
Right.
As he is in a hefty battle here. Again, not for class, but with the 89 of Dylan Licklider and that 63 of Jeffrey Pascal as they head through turn 1 and up and over the hill.
Yeah, because if Anthony had been on the field, on the track here, he would have been the second T2 car. And unfortunately now that leaves Mr. Phillips alone to battle it out with some drivers out of class. Now, yesterday, Brian, we had a great fight, I think, in USTCC between Coyote Black and Andrew Connor. Connor in the red number 66 BMW 4-door. He'd just gone out of our camera view at turn 1. He'll be showing up at turn 5 here in just a few moments. When the race wound down, Black had started to lose a little bit of pace towards the end of the race, and the margin of victory, if I remember correctly, was somewhere around 0.8 of a second that number 66 BMW made up a ton of ground in the last 5 laps or so. But he's got a tough battle ahead of him. He has 6 machines between he and Coyote Black currently.
Well, I tell you what, he ran a 118.7 last time by Coyote, 117.130. So Coyote, where he was gaining on this Licklider and Alan Phillips Pasquale battle earlier on, now seems to be falling really far back. That lap there was a 114.9.
All right, Brian, with 14 laps to go, let's make the first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for our bracket racers. Race group number 6, please start heading to the grid. Bracket racers, race group number 6, this is your first call to the grid.
Jared Odrick now in that GT2 Porsche, that GT3, that Porsche 9912 Cup car. I tell you what, Greg, he's getting into some heavy traffic right now coming to the back end of this field. So we'll have to see how quickly he's going to be able to make work of that, or whether or not Jonathan Weissman, because he's got a little bit of an open track there, whether or not he's going to be able to run him down.
Yeah, as both Odrick as well as Jonathan Weissman have started to make their way through some of our slower traffic here at the track, and we're also seeing now David Sanders and Frank Sanchez do as well. But I'll tell you, I think the best little fight that we're watching on track right now, Brian, and none of these 3 drivers are in it for class.
Correct.
It is Alan Phillips, Dylan Licklider. Alan's in the number 46 black Touring 2 Ford Mustang. Dylan Licklider in the black 89 Ford Mustang. Jeffrey Pascal in the red machine right behind. And that is very good. But actually, you know what? Let's track this, Brian. Coming out of turn 1 now, going into turn number 5, a great fight that we're seeing and this is in Spec Corvette. All right, let's take a look here. This is the number 92 of John Gatzmeyer and Dominic Rizzo, both little red Corvettes, of course, C5 Corvettes. This is the battle for the last step on the podium in Spec Corvette, and they have been about a car length and a half to 2.5 car lengths apart, more or less since lap number 2.
Yeah. Yeah, they just went through turn 5, and it was still, as you said, Gatzmeyer over Rizzo, but Rizzo looked like he was gaining on him. Here comes our battle that we were talking about earlier on, so we'll pick up. Looks like Anthony Pacelli is going to come down pit road here, so Anthony Pacelli's day is done in that Subaru.
Yeah, and Pacelli running in in T3. And now look at this, the Spec Corvette battle, Brian, that we were just talking about here as Pacelli comes down onto the pit lane in his Super Impreza 4-door, locked nose to tail. Again, it's the 92 of Gatzmeyer. It's the 28 of Dominic Rizzo. Pardon me, the 26 of Dominic Rizzo. And Gatzmeyer, not a great jump out of turn number 1, allows Rizzo to close within a half a car length. But as they're doing that, they've got our overall leader, Jared Odrick, coming right up on the back of them.
Yeah, I tell you what, it seems like that Gatzmeyer has a little bit more straight line speed than the 26 of Dominic Rizzo, but where Rizzo's able to gain a little bit, and we watched it last time by, and I was watching it through the camera here. Now you've got Odrick in between them, so now that's going to drop Rizzo back a little bit further as they come over the hill of turn 5 and down into the bottom underneath the bridge, getting ready to head up in turn 7, and then you got the Benson, I believe that's Benson brothers or Benson family within that 76 and that GT1 of 43 right there. So it's going to be where he's going to come up on them. We'll have to see whether or not Rizzo's able to run Gatzmeyer down coming through the light bulb here.
All right, well, yeah, we're going to see him here in just a moment. Coming as they're entering the light bulb, only about a half a car length separate these two Spec Corvettes. Again, very similar engine builds. They're built they have a limit on horsepower. They have to run a stock gearing selection, stock differential rear end gearing as well. They have a spec brake package, and it really makes for some very close racing as long as your name is not David Sanders.
The Malvern Missile.
Yes.
Malvern Missile. That's what it is.
That wears New Balances, apparently.
That is.
All right, let's take a look at some of our other classes here. Of course, we've been watching Dylan Licklider in that battle up in the top 5. He currently leads American Sedan. He has now almost a 50-second advantage over the rest of Spec Licklider here. Jared Licklider and Dan Licklider running second and third, respectively, in American Sedan. And now I think we're finally starting to see, Brian, Dylan Licklider getting around the number 46 machine, the T2 car there of Alan Phillips, and Frank Sanchez having lost the position as well. So it looks as though on that last lap, Sanchez and also Alan Phillips having a small bit of an issue.
Tell you what, let's go back to that Spec Corvette battle we were watching with John Gatzmeyer and Dominic Rizzo. They were coming up on, I believe that was one of the Licklighters. I think that may have been Daniel Licklider as they go through the start-finish line now. And it was Gatzmeyer that came up on top of him and basically had to make a move to figure out which way he was going to go. And that brought Dominic Rizzo in. But again, that straight line speed that I talked about, Gatzmeyer able to pull away a little bit heading down into turn 1.
All right, real quick, Brian, as we now have under 10 laps remaining, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6, our bracket racers. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Bracket racers to the grid, please. And, Brian, we've got another car making its way down pit lane. And
that's Roger Miata.
Yeah, that's the prelude of Miata running in U.S. Touring Car Challenge, and that engine, unfortunately, doesn't sound very happy.
No, that's a quick day. Just get here this morning. I saw them pulling in. That ends up to be a quick day where you wait in the afternoon and you only get a handful of laps here. So,
yeah, somewhat unfortunate. And it looks as though, and I don't know if he's just pulling over for the leaders, but Coyote Black coming down the inside, driver's right down the front straight. and a bit off the pace as Jared Odrick was lapping him, also Jonathan Weitzman as well. And coming up over the crest of turn 1, there's that fight again with Gatzmeyer and Rizzo in the Spec Corvettes going at it.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're not going away from each other. That is for sure. Like I said, it comes down to whatever reason, in that straight line speed, Gatzmeyer is able to hold him off. Rizzo gets through turns 2, 3, and 4 pretty good. They come over the hill to turn 5 now. They go past the 06, and looks like Rizzo did not get off of turn 5 really well and had to let Jonathan Weisman go by him. Let's take a look at our camera here in the middle of 7. Yes, he did. He had to let him go. So now that gap's really going to open up between Gatzmeyer and Rizzo. But remember, Weisman's going to have to get by Gatzmeyer through the light bulb here. I'm going to take a look at the camera here and see how much, when he does that, and how much of that is going to slow up Gatzmeyer. It does look like it slows him up a little bit there, Greg. And now Dominic Rizzo right back, getting ready to be on that back bumper as they come down to down the front line. Front stretch, start, finish line.
There you go. All right. And so Frank Sanchez, driver of that Lola prototype car, he now falls back to 7th position. Just got notice from turn 7 that Frank had a bit of a wild ride. And, much more so than some of these tin top cars that have some suspension travel. They could go maybe bounding through the grass on the outside of that track a little bit. Heck, I did it yesterday morning in a golf cart, and it wasn't comfortable in that car. I can only imagine a car with so little travel like that prototype car through the grass. Not exactly what you want to do. And so his last lap was 20 seconds, actually 15 seconds off of his previous best.
Yeah, it can't be, like you said, and here he comes now to the start-finish line, and,
he's
look,
so off the pace.
It cannot be comfortable when you have your rear end, your Jeremy Butts, only half an inch off the ground to run over to run in the grass there that has bumps and stuff. So we'll have to see there. It looks like we may have a few other cars that may have gone off at some point around the track. So it looks like the 76. That looks like that's probably going to be one of the Benson boys.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, the 76 machine just got word. He had a bit of a twist and turn and spin over at turn 3. Had the car dead stick for about 10 seconds and then managed to get the car back underway. And we'll take a look here as the 76 now. You can see the front end, Brian, a little worse for wear, a little compressed up in the front, as that Chevy Monza looking a little bit shorter than it did in 1976.
Well, look, he had some problems yesterday too, and going off in turn 1 there, kind of came up over the hill and then never really made the right-hand turn. So.
All right, let's take a quick look here, Brian. Let's try and break things down by classes. We've got about 6 laps here remaining in American Sedan. It is Dylan Licklider with Jared and Daniel Licklider running 2nd and 3rd. Melvin Miller, he tried to bring out the car for a hardship lap this morning, but did not have it ready to go. In GT1, it's James Benson, your leader in the 43 car, with Joseph Folia, of course, retiring after only 3 laps today. Jared Odrick, he's your overall leader, currently running by himself in GT2. Tim Proctor, our sole GT3 car. In GTX, it's Jonathan Weissman, who's running 2nd overall. He's got the measure of Frank Sanchez, who is currently showing as a lap down from Weissman. In ITE, Joseph Hall, your leader, with Chuck Bird 2nd. In Spec Corvette, it's David Sanders, Jeffrey Pascal, John Gatzmeyer, top 3, and we're still watching that battle between Gatzmeyer and Rizzo because it is very, very close.
I'll tell you what, you've got the 89 here of Dylan Licklider, Alan Phillips, and now throw in the 170 there. I think he's going to be a lap down, Jared Licklider, but it looks like when Dylan got up next to him to make that lap, it seemed like that 170 Ford Mustang, that picked up some speed. It's amazing how when a family member comes up beside you in the car, and it looks like we got one of the Bensons in that 43 GT1 machine with a lot of smoke coming down the front stretch there, especially coming out of the light bulb there. Was able to see a little bit, so we'll have to see there if
Yeah, and a matter of fact, the corner workers over in the light bulb, I just called that in, and we've got our drivers looking out for it.
Yeah.
And also looking out at the 43 machine there of James Benson. Now, David Sanders, who is our leader in Spec Corvette and currently running third overall, he has now come right into the middle of that battle for third in Spec Corvette, Brian, about ready to lap up to third place in Spec Corvette.
Yeah. Tell you what, next time by, Jared Odrick will end up with 3 laps to go. He should be coming through the start-finish line. Here comes, there goes Dylan Licklider. Here comes the 63. Here comes the 82 there of Jeffrey Pasquale, and the 82, again, not for position on the racetrack. That's Frank Darling. They're a difference in laps there. So here comes Jared Odrick now. I think, this is Jonathan Weissman.
This is Weissman in the GT4 Club Sport machine, running in GTX, and he's getting pretty close to putting Frank Sanchez almost a lap down. Sanchez now coming through, I believe he'll be coming through turn 7 here in just a moment, as Weissman coming through turn number 1. And now that Sanders has put his Spec Corvette compatriots at Gatzmeyer and Rizzo a lap down, Rizzo once again has closed things up right to the back of Jonathan Gatzmeyer.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Rizzo's going to be able to catch him. They've been nose to tail pretty much the entire event here. At some point, you think that Rizzo's got to be hoping that Gatzmeyer gets into a little bit more traffic so that he can catch up.
Well, the next time Jared Odrick crosses the start-finish line,
right here,
and he's coming right now, it'll be 2 laps to go. So Rizzo doesn't have a ton of time in order to do it. But, Brian, here we go. As long as we got 2 laps, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6, our bracket racers. Please head to the grid. You're going to be on track in just a few moments. Race group number 6, bracket racers, please head to the grid now. Your race is next.
Yeah. Anthony Pacelli back out on the racetrack. Came down pit road, sat here for quite a bit, and then went back out. Here comes our Rizzo and Gatzmeyer, and that's the closest I've seen, Greg, on the front stretch here in a long time between Rizzo and Gatzmeyer. So we'll have to see whether or not as they go over the hill down into turn 1, is Rizzo going to be able to make that happen here with 2 laps to go? About a lap and a half, because our leader now is just gone through turn 5, and it looks like we got one car there is taking the grass line instead of the asphalt line.
The agricultural route is always better, Brian. But one thing is we were watching Rizzo and Gatzmeyer. Gatzmeyer in the red number 92 machine. A little bit of smoke coming out of the back of his car as now we've got our leader, Jared Odrick. He crosses underneath the starter stand, gets that 1 to go signal here at New Jersey Motorsports Park. So time running down in that battle on Spec Corvette. But I'm starting to wonder if Rizzo has been purposely maintaining distance so he doesn't run up right to the back of that oil slick. Although I did notice that Gatzmeyer was protecting down the center of the track going into turn 1.
Yeah.
Just got word that the 42 machine has run off track.
That may have been what we saw in our camera going through turn 5 there. And, Greg, here comes Gatzmeyer and Rizzo, and now that battle is now gone. That has opened up. So evidently they must have come up on the 93 machine there. Martin Schwark through there, and Rizzo had to back out of it quite a bit in certain spots.
Yeah, we could see him coming out of turn 1. They were about 12, 13 car lengths separating them now, as opposed to 1.5 or 2.5 that we've been seeing all race.
Yeah.
All right. And our leader, Jared Odrick, comes out of the light bulb onto the front straight. He's going to finish his race as he now slows down for his cool-down lap. And we've got the 63 machine. That is Jeffrey Pascal, who was ahead of Odrick coming across the line. Technically still has a lap left. And he had Odrick come right in front of him on the cool-down lap.
Yeah.
If I was Jeffrey Pascal, I don't know how happy I would be with that.
Yeah, you're basically going to take a lap away from somebody right there, and that's probably not Looks like Pascal may have gotten around him and took off. So.
And that's what we'll have to see, because Pascal is technically still running. He crossed the start-finish line, but let's look at this, Brian. coming out of the light bulb, Rizzo caught back up to the 92 machine. But John Gatzmeyer is going to hold off Dominic Rizzo for the third step on the podium in Spec Corvette. Jeffrey Pascal, who is still technically running his last lap, is going to finish a lap up from those two drivers. He'll finish second in Spec Corvette. As our final drivers are coming across the line, we'll run down the order here by class in just a moment. But it's Odrick, it's Jonathan Weissman, it's David Sanders, Dylan Licklider, and Alan Phillips, your top five. All right, and as we've got the 46 machine of Alan Phillips come across the line there as our last driver to take the checkered flag, let's go, Brian, and quickly, we've got a little bit of time here. Let's go and try and break this down by class. Of course, we had Jared Odrick driving his GT1 Porsche, taking the overall win. He was our only GT2 driver. In GT1, James Benson, the only GT1 machine running at the end in a Chevy Corvette. A lot of white smoke in the air, but importantly, still running at the end. Joseph Foley had retired early. In GT3, Tim Proctor, our sole driver in the class, in the race. In GTX, Jonathan Weissman takes the win with Frank Sanchez a lap down. In ITE, Chuck Burns takes the win with Joseph Hall finishing 2 laps down. In Spec Corvette, actually, let's move over to SPO, where Robert Benson in his Chevy Monza takes the win. Only driver running today in SPO. In Touring 2, Alan Phillips takes the win. Sorry, Anthony Valente. He is our only driver to take the checkered flag in Touring 2. In Touring 3, Ray Buchanan takes the win over Anthony Pacelli, who finishes 9 laps down. He was running at the checker, but only completes 11 laps. In USTCC, Martin Swark takes the win in the number 93 machine, with Roger Maeda retiring after 12 laps. In USTCC, ST class, Coyote Black takes the win, margin of victory over Andrew Connor. A little bit bigger today, 16 seconds. All right, let's move over. Who have we forgotten? And I'm sure I've forgotten a few. In American Sedan, Dylan Licklider, your winner, Jared Licklider and Daniel Licklider, rounding out the podium. And then finally, in Spec Corvette, David Sanders takes the win. Jeffrey Pascal will finish second. John Gatzmeyer will round out the podium. All right, Brian, so looks as though we've got 2 races left here today. We've got our last bracket race of the day, our second bracket race of the day. And then we'll round things out with our open wheels and prototypes. So why don't we, as we've got our big board driver, there we go, there's Mr. Benson's Mazda going out for his victory lap, as we've got drivers on their victory laps right now. Let's take a little break. Let's thank some of our great partners that are bringing us the event here this weekend from New Jersey Motorsports Park, and we'll be right back.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, Certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the many picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at Glasstown Brewing.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused farmer research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
And welcome back to the Lightning Circuit here at New Jersey Motorsports Park and the May Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, things are starting to wind down. We've got 2 more races here today. And next up, and on the track right now on their pace lap, are our bracket racers for their second 11-lap race of the day.
Tell you what, we should go ahead and get started on this rundown. It may take a little bit. So,
like 20 minutes.
Scheduled to start 6, but has not pulled out of the pit lane yet. I'm not sure. I don't think she's going to be running. Would be the 186 from Fredericksburg, Virginia, is going to be Jennifer Rome. Starting in the 5th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, number 74 of Steve Martin. Starting in 4th from Frederick, Maryland, Eric Prepsius. Look at that, 2 in a row.
2 in a row.
Eric, you owe me dinner. Starting in 3rd from Columbia, Maryland, number 14 of Kevin Silbert. Starting on the front row and starting in the 2nd position from Woolwich, New Jersey, Kyle Robertson in the number 25. Starting on the pole from Washington, D.C., the number 30 of Mac Harrison.
Brian, why don't we run that list down again?
Want me to do that again? I can do it really good.
Never mind. All right. We've got the pace car now, that beautiful red Ciocca Corvette, bringing the field around the light bulb, around through turns 9 and 10, and onto the front straight, and we'll get underway with our 20-minute bracket race. We could certainly, Brian, tell everybody again what bracket racing is, but maybe not.
Hey, look, I mean, here comes our field real quick. I'll tell you what, we'll talk about it as they get going. It's going to take them a lap, 2 laps. Oh, and Eric Robertson not getting a start. Mac Harrison taking off. Eric Prepsius had nowhere to go. Got moved over to the left and had to really back out of it. Now Robertson seems to be underway there, but really did not get a start. But what is bracket racing? We've talked about this the last couple of days. Bracket racing really does several things here. One, it's like the old days in drag racing where you dial in a time, you put it on your window, you have to run that time. If you run under that time, you're automatically out, and the other person gets through there unless they run out, and then the closest one to running out wins. In this section, though, what ends up happening is you run against not only the competitor on the racetrack, but you're also running against the clock, and it puts you in certain brackets, right? And we have a breakout of different brackets that go across. And now you're trying to be consistent as possible because while you're racing against the individuals on the racetrack, you're also racing against the clock, as I said, and you can run out of your time. Doesn't mean you're disqualified, doesn't mean you lose anything. You just could lose your position or the race if whether or not you're winning that bracket at the time you run out. We have seen individuals who have run in the same bracket the entire 15 or 22 laps that they do during a feature to get to the last 100 feet and end up getting a nice tug or pull from aero and wind and everything else. And next thing you know, you go from leading that bracket to now you're running in fourth in the bracket
Right,
below you or above you.
Yeah.
Which those cars are probably 15, 20 seconds ahead. So it is, kind of a, somewhat of a double dip. A lot of these guys, and again, some of these spec racer fours, Mac Harrison, Kyle Robertson, Kevin Silbert, and Eric Prepsius, they've already been on the track twice today. Once earlier this morning
with their first bracket race.
In their first bracket race, then out in their Group 3 of their SRF3 race, Group 3 that they ran this morning, and then to come back out this afternoon and do another one. So, again, a lot of track time. It is another group that they're racing in, so it's an additional group that they do. So, again, why not come out, use some testing, get some more seat time in the car, get some more track time, do whatever it is you need to do, and have some fun with it. Again, there is trophies at the end. They do collect points throughout the year. If you want to take a look at some of the results, again, you can go to marspoints.com. You can click on the bracket that's above in the top link there in the center of the section. You can look at the past results from other racetracks that we've had this at, such as Summit Point. Or you can go to the live button and you can see. So right now, after 2 laps of going through here, we've got Mac Harrison. He's in the A5 bracket. Everybody else is in the B brackets, and now or in the A4 bracket, excuse me, Mac Harrison, Kyle Robertson, and Kevin Silbert. That's your 114 flat to the 115.999. So you got 3 guys not only racing each other on the racetrack, but now you're also racing in the same bracket. Eric Prepsius is in the A5 bracket, all by himself there with a time 116.375, and that's a bracket of 116 flat to 117.999. So, and then Steve Martin in the bracket of B3, 122 flat to 123.999. So pretty much a 2-second split there. Steve with a 122.761 is his fastest lap right now. Again, still early on, 9 more to go here, but those brackets will change as the race goes on.
Right.
And again, you could end up leading your bracket, go to another bracket. If we had more cars, you would see where that would come and be a challenge
exactly.
for you.
And so yesterday,
looks like Prepsius may have some kind of an issue because he was very slow.
Yeah.
And then the driver's right
through the
coming
light
out of
bulb
the
there.
light bulb.
Yeah, and Steve Martin looked like he was coming up on him. And you know what? I see Steve Martin now. I did not see.
Yeah, he has not come by
Prepsius
yet. So
come up the front straight. So it looks like the
here he comes now. He's barely making it through. Hopefully he can coast. I think as it gets to the top of that hill, hoping he can coast.
Roll down the hill, yeah.
Yeah, hoping so.
We'll see here as he's just about at the pit apron to come on in. And I was just about to say that we saw both during yesterday's 15-lap race and then this morning's first bracket race that whereas Mac Harrison and Kyle Robertson had been running in that A3 bracket for drivers that were running between a minute 12 and just under a minute 14, Kevin Silbert had been running a little bit further down, I believe, in the A5 bracket. Mm-hmm. Well, Silbert now finds himself in the A4 bracket for drivers a minute 14 to just under a minute 16, and he is currently sitting in the same bracket as Kyle Robertson and about 70 car lengths back, as it looks like Prepsius.
He's trying to pedal.
Yeah,
he's trying to pedal.
He's got a long way, and nobody tell Eric Prepsius, but it is a big uphill to get back into the paddock. I think he's going to need some assistance here, but Prepsius's day is now done, I believe.
I don't know if it's a gearbox or what, but the engine's running. My first thought was maybe since they ran the last one, anybody put any fuel in it? But the motor was running, so they're going to have to push it.
Yeah, they're going to have to tow it back to the paddock because the one thing about this track, just like it was a little bit of a downhill run onto the pit lane, it is a very steep uphill run to get off of the pit lane and back into the paddock.
Yeah, so it looks like he's got looks like there's some crews here for some other teams. They'll go ahead and take their little gator buggy they have, push him up there, and maybe give him a ride back.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what happens. We've got a 6-wheel Gator, nice little diesel machine, and it's going to come in the cutout on the pit wall and maybe give Mr. Prepsius a bit of a tug up back to his paddock spot. or maybe not.
Well, no, they're going to have to go. They have to go all the way down to the end there. I don't think it's big enough to get through the first little cutout.
Yeah,
So,
maybe.
no, it is. So they're going to push him through the cutout there, and then they'll give him a toe strap back, and
on his way he shall go. As we are now, we're now 5 laps into this 11-lap bracket race, and it is Mac Harrison all by himself in bracket A3 for drivers between a minute 12 and just under a minute 14. It is still Kyle Robertson and Kevin Silbert in that A4 bracket, and then we've got Steve Martin, who just crosses the stripe in our bracket. This is the B3 bracket for drivers 122 to just under a minute 24, as Steve is driving in STL Ford Focus. And a neat little Focus. It's a Ford Focus coupe, one of the first gen Ford Foci, which you typically saw almost every one was a hatchback.
Right.
I've seen very few of these coupes.
yeah, I haven't seen any in a long time. I know, when I saw him the first time over at Summit Point, I kind of got a good look at it. And, kind of walked up in there. They paddocked back in the grass up on top of the hill, and I kind of walked in there. It's kind of a neat little car. So, there's not very many of them around.
All right, so Brian, as we're just about halfway, we got 5 laps remaining. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7, our open wheel and prototype racers. Please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Here comes Steve Martin now. Out of all the cars that are out there right now, he is the loudest one that you hear between him and the spec racers. Here comes Mac Harrison. He's going to come out of the light bulb, and Kyle Robertson's going to be close behind there. It's about 25. Actually, you know what? It's a little bit more than that. On the camera, it looked like it was about 20 car lengths.
No,
it's more about 40.
40 maybe. Yeah, exactly. As Robertson comes across the line, the margin at the line is 5.4 seconds. But more importantly, right now, Mac Harrison still the sole driver in the A3 bracket with a fast time of 1:13.799. So he broke into that A3 bracket by about 0.2. Kyle Robertson, and here's where Robertson has to be a little cautious. Robertson's fastest time, a 1:14.122. If he goes faster than a 1:14 flat, he'll end up in that same bracket as Mac Harrison and a number of seconds behind. So for the moment, Kyle Robertson is leading the A4 bracket. Kevin Silbert also in that same bracket right now with a fast time of 1:15.7. And, at the moment, Silbert's got a lot of time to give to get faster and stay in that bracket. Robertson doesn't have a lot of margin for error right now.
Yeah, I think I think that's the thing we should look at, right? Obviously, and Mac Harrison just went 1:13.4 in that, so he'll stay in that bracket. What is Robertson's still in that 1:14.5. So again, not sure if somebody's telling him. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, and one of our bracket racers now is we talked about earlier, the 186 of Jennifer Rums. Well, we know she's definitely not even coming out because she's on the hauler and they're headed back home.
Yeah, they're on the access road that's parallel to the front straight, going faster than some of our bracket racers. I think they want to get they want to get back to Fredericksburg as quickly as possible, beat all the Memorial Day traffic.
I tell you what, they got to go all the way down 95, and so that becomes a little bit of a problem when you get down to Baltimore. And you go around that. So, and then they have to continue on 95 straight all the way down. So it's going to be an issue with there. Although the good thing is with Monday, tomorrow being the holiday, a lot of traffic will be coming back tomorrow.
Take your time.
But some of them, hey, look, if they haven't left already, why don't you go ahead and get going on down the road? You may be listening to the stream right here. I encourage you to listen to it in your car, through your phone, through Apple CarPlay or Android Auto. Because I know when we leave here, we don't want you to be in our way because we want to get home.
We want to get home quickly as well. And, Brian, thinking about that as we now have 2 laps remaining, first off, if you like what you've seen here today, please go ahead, smash, demolish, jump on, bounce on like a trampoline, that like button, click the subscribe button, and also click on that notification bell so you can find out whenever we go live. It helps the South Jersey region. It helps the DC region as well, and I think it helps SCCA regional racing as a
Absolutely.
whole, as Brian and I are just one of two teams around the country that provides video coverage of regional road racing here, and you got to go all the way out to California if you want to see the other one. So definitely go ahead, give us that big thumbs up. But Brian, let's do this. Let's make a call to the grid for our final race group of the day.
Sure.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7. Open wheel racers and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 7, please head to the grid.
Here comes Mac Harrison now. He's going to be completing lap 10, so he's got that 1 to go board right now. Here comes Robertson. Let's see whether or not Robertson's going to go a little bit faster. It doesn't look like he is. I think the times are pretty much set where they're going to be now. Here comes Steve Martin right now. Again, as we talked about earlier, I know this is bracket, we get to that, but it's more about really, other than Steve Martin, this is more of a test for these guys.
Yeah.
They've been on track now, 4 times in the weekend already. So
More than that if you count the qualifying sessions.
Well, yeah. You got the qualifying yesterday, the race yesterday. Then you got the race this morning, then their normal race this morning, and then now here. So we got 5 times. So
more time behind the wheel than anybody else. And we've got Mac Harrison working the final lap right now here in the bracket race. He continues to be our sole driver in bracket A3 for those that are running a minute 12 to just under a minute 14. And in that bracket A4, it is still Kyle Robertson and Kevin Silbert, the 2 drivers making it up with then Steve Martin in bracket B3, as the number 30 machine, Mac Harrison, comes across the line. Again, he's your overall winner, wins bracket A3. Kyle Robertson in the white number 25 machine crosses the stripe. He's going to take the win in bracket A4. He does not break out on his last lap and gave himself a little bit of a margin. Came across at a 114.6, as we've got Kevin Silbert now, driver of the black number 4, or navy blue 14, coming across the line. He's going to stay in bracket A4, and Steve Martin takes the win in bracket B3, staying safely out of the breakout zone there, runs at 126.7 on his last flying lap. All right, so Brian, I know we just did it a moment ago. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, our last group of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7. Open wheel drivers and prototype drivers, please head to the grid. Race group number 7, open wheel drivers and prototype drivers, please head to the grid. Your group is next. And so, Brian, let's take that quick break. Going to thank some of our partners that are bringing you this weekend's event, like our title sponsor, Ciocca Corvette.
What's it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
What does it take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
And for the final time, welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit for the 2023 Lightning Challenge presented by the South Jersey region of the SCCA and Ciocca Corvette. I'm Greg Ginsburg with Brian Donati. And Brian, one more race to go. They've gone out on their pace lap. It's our open wheel and prototype racers. Let's run down the starting order. Oh, I actually gotta turn Brian's mic on. I almost forgot to do that.
Man, the last race of the day, and he
Actually,
meets me.
I did forget to do that.
Ooh. All right, starting 8th in our lone Formula V, the number 67 from Hatfield, Pennsylvania. That's Daniel Wolf. Starting in 7th in one of our P2 machines from Laurel, Maryland, a 31 of David Gomberg. Starting in 6th position in our Formula Continental from Bath, Pennsylvania. That's John Miro in the number 33. From Babylon, New York, the number 3 in our lone ASR machine of Gary Hutchinson. Starting in the 4th position from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, in one of our Club Fords from the number 98 of Samuel Iyer. Starting in the 3rd position from Oak Ridge, New Jersey, the number 14 of Christopher Mosley. Starting on the front row, and then starting in the 2nd position, we saw her earlier today from Garnet Valley, Pennsylvania, the number 5 of Amber Stevenson. And starting on the pole, and your winner from yesterday, from Franklinville, New Jersey, the number 04 of Jacob King.
All right, as that beautiful red Ciocca Corvette pace car brings the field through the light bulb and now onto the front straight. See the lights blazing, not on the Club Fords, but on the Corvette. as that now pulls drivers right onto the pit lane. Starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air, and our two Club Fords on the front row. They're challenged for a minute there by hard to imagine that a radical would appear so large in this field, but it was just it was like hovering over the Club Fords going into turn number one. Chris Mosley, and by the way, Chris, we talked a little bit earlier about the 10th anniversary of the Northeast Division Road Racing Series. Chris Mosley is the administrator for the NED RRS. We had his lovely wife Linda come by a little bit earlier to talk to her, and wishing Chris a good race today here at the raceway. As he went into turn one in second, Sam Iyer in the number 98 machine was just behind, I think, Sam Iyer, trying to find a way past that hulking prototype car, the
Big Bruiser.
The Big Bruiser Radical. Now, we also have Gary Hutchinson out, and Gary's in, I'll have to verify that he's out, but I think he is in the second Radical, and that's an SR8, which is a considerably faster machine than the SR2 that Mosley is racing, or probably SR3 that Mosley is racing. And indeed, the Gulf livery number 3 is out on track.
Yeah, both of them making it out there. But you're right. It's like you've got a big, huge car against a little go-kart right there. From a size comparison from a Radical there. So, yeah. Let's see what we can do with Jacob King here. Jacob King ran 109.707 yesterday. Basically led from start to finish right now out there in front over Amber Stevenson in that number 5 Club Ford as well. Then you've got Christopher Mosley coming across the line in third. That's in a P2 machine. And then Samuel Iyer, that's your top 4. That's the last spot on the podium in Club Ford. So we'll see whether or not Amber's going to be able to run Jacob down. But like I said yesterday, running that 109 to her 111 kind of opened up the gap there. As they're coming through the light bulb now, here comes Jacob King. He should be getting here on the front stretch, coming through the start-finish line right now. Indeed, he does. We'll see what his time is here after the second lap of what they run. Here comes Amber now. So, again, about a second off, 4.5, almost 5-second lead right now.
Yeah, about almost 2 seconds difference there as King ran a 111.1. Stevenson a 112.9, so about 1.8 seconds or something along those lines, separating them. So just after 2 laps, King with about 4 3/4 second lead. Mosley with a 114.9, and Gary Hutchinson in the A Sports Racer, again, what was originally classed as a GTX car at the beginning of the weekend. He is at a 114.595 for a fast lap. So starting to make up some ground on Christopher Mosley. Was only about 5 car lengths back when they cross the stripe here. We'll see how things change, if they change. As a matter of fact, those drivers coming through the turn 7, that 90-degree left-hander right now.
Yeah, it looks like Hutchinson's going to reel in Mosley there. Starting to catch him up coming into turn 8. If you look in your cameras here now in the light bulb, you can see Mosley coming around Hutchinson's by about, I'd say, 10 radical lengths. We'll call it that. 10 radical lengths back.
That's like when I used to call the Legends car races, which you were in.
Yeah.
And I called them clown car lengths.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's kind of how I got my claim to fame there in the clown car with the clown music. Watching me get in and out of the car was like watching a clown get in and out of a car. So.
That's right. How many clowns can fit in a Beetle or a Legends car?
Well, I tell you what, my Legend car, it was only one big clown.
Just one big clown. All right, so again, this is a 22-lap or 40-minute race, whichever comes first. We've got Club Fords. We've got Prototype 2 machines. We've got also Dan Wolf and his Formula V. And, unfortunately, we don't have competition here for Dan this weekend, which is definitely, I think, a bit unfortunate, Brian. But the 67 machine there as he comes across the stripe, he's been handling himself incredibly well with some much faster traffic here on this course. It's in many cases very difficult to to actually be predictable the way this course is laid out, and he's done that for the last day and a half.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think it, again, you get settled in, you get into a rhythm, and next thing you know, it just comes to you. Here comes Christopher Mosley now. Here comes Gary Hutchins. That's 0.7 of a second battle there in our two radicals, one of our SR3 and our SR8s. So, again, not for class there. Mosley's in the P2 machine, and then and Gary Hutchins, and then that what's labeled as an ASR. So,
Right.
I think there was a lot of confusion early on in the week.
Yeah, there definitely was, and so Amber Stevenson, Chris Mosley, Gary Hutchinson all run their fastest laps of the race. I was just going to say, it looks like Jake King maybe slacking off just a little bit. He only turned in a 4:10.638. The problem is that's only like 200, off his fastest lap of the session. So maybe he would do well in the bracket racing because he seems pretty darn consistent as he comes down the front straight here and across the start-finish line. The start lap number 5, and what do you know? He puts in a new fast lap of 1:10.230.
Well, it'll be interesting to see as he gets towards the end of the race whether or not he can better that 1:09.707. He ran that yesterday. Again, right now, 9.5 second lead. Here comes our radicals with Mosley and Hutchinson. That's for third and fourth overall, but again, P2 and an ASR machine. John Miro in that Formula Continental going by there with that 1:14.677 last time by, a little bit slower than what he ran back on lap 3 of that 1:14.443.
And Brian, while we've got a quick second here, I wanted to not to give a shout out. We don't need any shout outs, but I wanted to give a big thank you to the great folks from the South Jersey region of the SCCA. I wanted to take the time now to do that as our first event together. I know you had done a number of events for them a number of years ago, but they have been nothing but open, accommodating, helpful, and I think more importantly welcoming to both of us here, and have made our lives very easy. And of course, SCCA, Sports Car Club of America events, whether it be road racing or solo or time trials, which we had here yesterday and on Friday, they are all volunteer-run organizations, or probably all volunteer-run events. It is definitely a club, and whether it be our corner workers, whether it be our grid and pit workers, whether it be the tech, our scrutineers, the men in black here for the South Jersey region, the registrars and folks sitting in registration, our stewarding crew, the timing and scoring folks up above us here. There are so many people to thank that help make this a very smoothly run event. We want to thank our emergency services teams. We want to thank the medical staff who got a little bit of a workout here earlier today. And again, it has been I think a wonderful first event, and luckily you and I are going to be able to work with the great folks from the South Jersey region many times this year. Yeah,
this is a great little facility. It's a great area, and you're right, Greg. I cannot thank J.D. King and the whole entire Michael Lamena and everybody really even on the board for the South Jersey region. To make this event happen. Not only here, but when we come back here for the majors, for their, over on Thunderbolt, and then when we come in here to do the Devil in the Dark, or I like to call it the Devil After Dark, for that weekend, there is nothing but great hospitality up here.
Yeah.
And I just think that with SCCA, it's one big huge family, and this family up here has just become another part of my family. Across the board, and every opportunity I get a chance to come up here and kind of hang out. I talked to I was mentioning this earlier. One of the Spec Racer Fords, drivers that were here. I noticed he wasn't running; his brother was running, and found out some some things that he's being a little bit under the weather and couldn't run this weekend. But hopefully have Steven come back and run when I come back. That was kind of touching. They were one of the first people I ever met. Coming up here, him and his brother, and so I'm really, really excited. So yeah, I just can't thank everybody enough here, and this is just one big, huge family.
Yeah, we can't even dig into all the things that have gone on this weekend. where the South Jersey region has, I think, gone above and beyond to make us feel welcome, and we definitely appreciate it. But let's go back to the racing here as we've got 14 laps remaining in this 22 lap race. That's right, Greg. As we've just thanked everybody for being wonderful guests, we just want to stay an extra 6 laps.
Yeah, right.
All right. Jake King, currently your leader, and he's getting closer to that 109.7.
He is.
He's got a 109.949 now. Amber Stevenson sitting about 15 seconds back. Her fast lap of 112.103. And where does she stand compared to what she ran yesterday?
I got a 111.682.
Okay.
So she's within 2/10 there as well.
Yeah, so she's getting pretty darn close.
Yeah.
And then we've got Gary Hutchinson in his A Sports Racer. As we were talking, he did manage to get around Christopher Mosley. And so he is running 3rd overall, Mosley 4th, and Sam Iyer in his Club Ford. Then we've got the Seoul Continental out here, John Miro. Dave Gomberg, great to say Dave. And, we talk about this being member run in a club. Dave Gomberg puts a lot of time in as a steward in the Northeast Division. And when he gets the chance to run his prototype car, he does. And so he's got his Cheetah SR1 out on track today, currently sitting 2nd in prototype 2. And he just turned his fastest lap at a 117.693.
Yeah, getting faster as the race goes on. Like you said, 13 laps left to go here. Jacob King last time 111.729, so slowed down just a little bit. But, yeah, these guys, again, and it's difficult for these drivers or for any driver that has to sit and wait kind of an all day, right? I mean, you're the last group out. It really takes its toll on you. You got to plan all that out to come out here. I can tell you what, Jacob probably slept till about 12 and then decided to, once lunch was ready, decided to come out and run. That time there was a 109.950. So, again, one thousandth of a second off his last fastest lap. So,
and he's not he, but the weather here today, Brian, very, very similar to what we saw yesterday. Maybe a touch more humid. 75 degrees. Of course, we've had the more overcast skies here. We've had the winds every once in a while blow in, but the air has become quite still. I think it was much more windy here yesterday. But very similar conditions for these drivers. And they've been fairly consistent over the course of the weekend, which I think is a big help for these drivers. As we are now just about halfway. As we've got 10 laps in, working lap number 11 right now.
Yeah, again, and as you said, Greg, it is more humid out here today. At one point there was a chance of probably a little bit of precipitation. We did get it, but that's kind of moved off and moved out to the water. And we should. We'll definitely get out of here with no rain this weekend. I can tell you that within the next 11 laps. I don't see another cloud in the sky full of rain, but I can't see on the other side of the building. But I think your streak may be broken.
Oh, no, I had don't do that. I had already broken the streak. We were at VIR a couple of weeks ago. We were at Portland a couple of weeks ago. No rain. So there's a Blind Melon song with my history in it.
Now you're on another streak. So.
That's right.
Hey, let's get back here. Amber Stevenson, 111.834. Again, closing in on that time that she set yesterday. She set a pretty good time there. And again, we'll compare that is Jacob King, a 24, almost 25-second lead in our Club Ford. Gary Hutchinson sitting in 3rd overall. Your leader in that AXR class right there. Christopher Mosley leading in P2 and 4th overall. Samuel Iyer, he's 3rd in Club Ford, sitting in 5th overall. Your leader in Formula Continental and only the car out there, sitting in 6th overall, John Miro. And then David Gomberg and then David Wolf. So, some interesting runs going on out there. Guys just trying to get through it at this point, trying to set their last time. David Gomberg went even faster, Greg, that last time by with that 116.539. That's almost a second faster than what he did yesterday in total. So we'll we'll have to see whether or not he can go a little bit faster there, and see if he's able to dial that in. Christopher Mosley sets his fastest lap here on lap 12, so 10 laps to go here. Mosley getting faster, 113 flat with a 7. We'll have to see whether or not he's able to get that a little bit better. But like I said, right now, some of these guys are going faster.
Yeah, John Miro in the Continental, getting a little bit of a draft off of the car ahead of him. I think getting a bit of a draft actually off of Sam Ayers, number 98 Club Ford, and turns in a 114.386.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's going to be these guys. They wait all day long, as we said. Whether or not they're going to be able to go a little bit faster, well, they're showing us that they can. Here comes Amber Stevenson now. David Gomberg there. Yeah. You know, we talked early on with Gary Hutchinson and Christopher Mosley there. They were able to run side by side there for a couple of laps, and now Gary Hutchinson's starting to really pull away there as his laps are starting to actually go in the right direction. Got pretty quick there for a couple of laps.
Yeah.
And then able to now kind of leveled out there. So, you know, as we get into, 9 laps left to go, the fuel starts to burn off, the tires start to go away a little bit. These things, they tend to flatten themselves out. As we look at Jacob King crossing the start-finish line, he seems to have leveled out on his timing. So, just trying to stay consistent.
Yeah, he's settled into a bit of a rhythm now, running in the 111s or so. Rather than pushing the car to the absolute limit every last lap. Maybe we'll see if maybe brings the temps down a little bit on the tires, burns off a little bit more fuel. Maybe we'll see him take a run at a personal best towards the end of this race.
Yeah. Again, 30-second lead over Amber Stevenson in that second Club Ford. And here comes Gary Hutchinson. Looks like he's got that thing dialed in. I know they may have had a little bit of issue early on, once on the onset. But once they got that thing rolling, that was they've got it rolling pretty good there. Wave to cars. Here comes our Formula V right there. We haven't given much love to David Wolf here, so our Daniel Wolf. And again, knows he's very much underpowered there. Stays out of the way. Stays over driver's left coming through there. Jacob King getting on the back gearbox of him going up through turn 1. Gets by there. Starting to run down there. So good job by Daniel. Just trying to get through the get through the event. Only Formula V out here in our last race of the day, kind of in our open wheel cars. So kind of staying there. Here comes Amber Stevenson as we see Jacob King now probably headed out of turn 5. Should be coming up into turn 6 and 7 from underneath the bridge. So still Jacob King opening up a little bit more as the laps goes on. Here comes David Gomberg now. Like we've got 3 cars coming out of the light bulb now, getting ready to come down through the start-finish line. That is actually going to be Samuel Iyer. So our third place Club Ford here is going to get lapped here by the 04 of Jacob King in that Joe Marcinski owned Club Ford 04.
That's right. So we had Iyer, we had John Miro in his Continental, who's been tucked in behind the 98 machine of Iyer for the last 6 laps or so, and then Jacob King, who we suspect will have put those drivers another lap down, as we have just 6 laps remaining here from New Jersey Motorsports Park in this open wheel and prototype race, and Brian, frankly, for the entire afternoon and the weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be. It will be a little bit sad to see the race again. There's nothing like going on a weekend and seeing the racing. And
That's why we do it. We love being at the racetrack.
at the racetrack every weekend if I could. I think number one, I'd probably get divorced, and number two, I probably wouldn't have a job. But
Yeah, you and me both.
yeah, so. But yeah, I love being at the racetrack. You learn a lot. You learn a lot about the individuals, not only that you hang out with, but that you get to see and you get to meet. You learn some things you don't want to learn about that you could never take back once you hear it. But for the most part, look, again, we talk about it. Everybody here is nothing but one big family, and I can't thank them enough. It looks like David Gomberg, Greg, is going to call it a day a little bit earlier. He looked like a little bit like he was off a lot more of a pace.
And I heard a lot of scratching when he went into turn one on the last lap. I thought perhaps he was rubbing the under tray on that prototype machine on his Cheetah. But that might have actually been some transmission crunching going on from the sounds of it. And he is going to slowly make his way to the pits. So that brings us down from 8 on track now to 7.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I thought, with 5 laps left to go, thought David would be able to get that through, but it did seem like he was really off pace last time by coming through there. So let's see if we can pick up where our leader is in any of the cameras. I'm not seeing him anywhere. I see Amber Stevenson just went over the hill in turn 5. I think Jacob King is more than likely coming through. There he is, coming out of the light bulb now, so he'll be coming across the start-finish line here momentarily. He's going to run up on the back of our third place of Samuel Iyer.
And King continuing, I think, also to dial back the aggression just a little bit. That last time by, almost 7 full seconds off of his fast time of the day.
Yeah, I think at the lap time, the lap before, he was definitely getting in with the Formula Continental and then the Samuel Iyer, and then at that point you could really see it, especially when he went through turn 1. Really dial it back down. Now that he's in between the 98 of Samuel Iyer and the 33 of John Miro, it just seemed like he was thought better of it. No reason to push it, but he had a 30-second lead over Amber Stevenson. That's now dropped down, Greg, under 22 seconds with 4 laps to go. So you don't really want to dial it down too much because she's running 5 seconds a lap faster than you are right now. So.
Yeah, and she's been pretty darn consistent, Brian. Here, last time by, she ran a 1:11.977, only about 1,500th, or actually 1,400ths of a second off of her previous past lap.
Yeah, again, Jacob King, that time by 1:15.066. Let's see what Amber does here. She should be coming up out of the light bulb here and coming up through there. Here she comes now. She's going to come across start-finish line. Let's see what she's running. So again, another 3 seconds. It's down to 18, just under 19 seconds with 3 laps to go. I don't believe that she would be able to catch him. I think that he's, as you said, completely just dialed it back, just trying to get through the end of this race. But hey, you know what? Maybe he's got a little bit of an issue, and maybe he's just dialing it back just so he can nurse it home. And who knows? If I'm, knowing Amber and knowing how the way she drove that Toyota Yaris earlier today, I don't think she's going to be giving up. She's going to give it everything she's got with 3 laps to go.
All right, and I was just watching here, the prototype 2 machine of Chris Mosley. Now, of course, his only real competitor on track, Dave Gomberg, has retired back to the paddock. But Mosley has run fast laps in the last 2 out of the last 3 times. Sam Iyer just now sets a new personal best in the session, as does John Miro in the Formula Continental. And I think Miro had some impetus. He had Jake King coming up right alongside him and might have tipped into the throttle a little bit more. As Iyer runs a 1:13.6, John Miro 1:13.2. So good runs for those drivers there.
Yeah, Miro itself was behind Jacob King and then went by him. And now it looks like they're battling out right there as you watch coming over the hill in turn 5. Now King is back ahead of Miro. Let's take a look at the camera down here in turn 7 as they come, whether or not King is going to stay out in front. But, he's gotten back around. So Jacob King kind of sitting there. There's got to be somebody on the radio saying, okay, the time has dropped down under 17 seconds. You may want to get going again. As he comes to the line, he'll get the 1 to go this time. So the 1 lap to go for Jacob King on this race and for this racing of this weekend. And here comes Miro again, going to pass him back on there. So again, 1 lap to go. Jacob King, good gesture there, not giving Miro at least basically 2 laps at that point, or a full lap and a half.
I'm starting to wonder here, and I don't know for sure if King has some issues with the car or not. But another lap in the mid 117s, Brian, and it's almost 4 seconds off of what Sam Meyer is doing, what Mosley is doing as well, and
that's what Amber Stevenson is doing. Because you think about it, here is Jacob King just come through turns 5 now and headed up over the hill, and here comes Amber Stevenson right now coming to the bottom of the hill. So she is starting to gain, so it could be, but again, this is the last lap. It's going to be very difficult at any time. There goes Jacob King up through turn 7. Amber now into the center of turn 7. So it's going to be a little bit closer than it probably should have been, but I don't think she's going to have enough speed, obviously, to get through there. Here he comes now, coming out of the light bulb. She's into the center of the light bulb. So,
and here comes Jake King out of the light bulb for the very last time, and he is going to come under the starter bridge, takes the checkered flag, right arm in the air, and Jake King, for the second day in a row, your Club Ford winner. Amber Stevenson will come across the line in second, and we'll wait to see. Should be Sam Meyer finishing in third, if only because he's the only other Club Ford on track right now. Crossing the finish line, Gary Hutchinson takes the win in A Sports Racer. And in Prototype 2, now driving that number 14 Blue Radical, it's Chris Mosley, the 14 car, taking the win in Prototype 2. And I believe that leaves us with Sam Meyer and John Miro and Dan Wolf. And I think I hear him coming our way, Brian.
Here comes Samuel Meyer right now. So,
all right, so Sam Meyer crosses the finish line. He will finish third in Club Ford, as our final racers, I believe, are coming out of the light bulb now. And here we go on the front straight. It's John Miro in his Continental, and then Dan Wolf in his Formula V.
It's like Amber taking another lap.
Yeah, I mean, well, maybe she enjoyed it, and she's passing the Formula V. Jake King, though, he knows to come for his checkered flag.
Yeah, Amber took another lap there.
All right, so Miro, your sole runner in Formula Continental. Dan Wolf, your sole runner in Formula V. And so let's see here, Brian, before we cut away from the cameras, we should have Jake King, who is getting a little encouragement from Sue King on the pit lane here. He should be heading out for his victory lap.
Grandma giving him a big thumbs up there is what she was doing.
That's right. As Sue King and J.D. King having driven a Club Ford many a time, and it looks like Jake's going to forego that victory lap. He's going to head back to the paddock. So, all right, so Brian, as that wraps things up with our final race of the day, let's take a look at what we've got coming up on the schedule here the rest of the summer. In now just about 2 weeks, June 10th and 11th, Brian and I will be at Summit Point Raceway for the next Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event, another regional event. We hope to see you there. And then we're going to be back here in the middle of July for the Jersey Devil Majors. That is July 15th and 16th. Then we've got more dates. Summit Point Raceway just the following week. July 22nd and 23rd, as Brian mentioned, we'll be here for the Devil in the Dark, the 12-hour endurance race, and I believe the last race on the Thunderbolt circuit before it gets repaved.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be rounding out the season with a couple Summit Point dates, and then we round out the season here at New Jersey Motorsports Park Lightning Circuit. There in late October. Bring your parkas. It should be a great time. All right, so let's do this, Brian. Let's also be quick to thank our sponsors. Of course, our title sponsor for this event, Ciocca Corvette, Cornerstone Financial Advisors, and Glasstown Brewery. We could not bring you this event without them here on YouTube, so thank you very much. And, I think we said it many times over the course of the weekend and certainly during this last race. Thank you so much to our hosts, the South Jersey region of the SCCA.
Yeah, I couldn't be any better here. Again, we had such a fantastic time, the Northeast Division out here as well, doing it along with the Mars. And, we've said it many, many times, what a great hospitality and great family to be out here with. So I can't thank them enough, and, can't wait to continue and come back.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you so much to all of our volunteers. And if you want to find out more about how to volunteer, you can go to SCCA.com. You can go to the D.C. region, to Washington, D.C. region website, WDCR/SCCA.org/contact as well. So for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we'll see you in just a couple of weeks at Summit Point Raceway. Thank you so much for joining us.
It take to be America's largest Corvette dealer? At Ciocca, it starts with our premier selection of new and certified Corvettes on the lot or custom ordered, with new vehicles arriving every day. Add in the country's most experienced team of specialists to help you find the perfect ride, along with the confidence that you're doing business with a company that shares your passion for excellence. Find out more at CioccaCorvette.com, or better yet,
Come to America's largest Corvette dealership, Ciocca Corvette in Atlantic City.
Located right next door to the racetrack in Millville's Executive Airport Complex, the Glasstown Brewing Company has been the place to celebrate race wins with a cold one since 2013. As the only microbrewery here in Cumberland County, Glasstown cans and kegs close to 20 different beers on a rotating basis. Share a flight with friends inside or outside at one of the mini picnic tables where the history of flight is just feet away. And don't forget to buy a six-pack or a growler for the house. Glasstown is open Tuesday and Wednesday from 2 until 8, Thursday through Saturday from noon until 9, and Sunday from noon until 7. To find out more, visit their website at glasstownbrewery.com or on Instagram at glasstownbrewing.
Cornerstone Financial Advisors is a family-owned and operated full-service financial planning firm in Haddon Heights, New Jersey. Advising clients throughout the country for over 33 years, certified financial planners Michael and Shauna Lamena offer a comprehensive financial planning service, including retirement investment, life insurance, and estate planning to both individuals and businesses. Every plan is detailed and specifically tailored to either the business owner or the individuals they specialize in, putting you on the right track. Give them a call for a free, no-obligation consultation at 856-546-6505 or visit them on the web at cornerstonecfp.com. That's cornerstonecfp.com.